Do I
Not
blow
online.
up? Oh.
Tournament arc.
Damn. Well, you think I'm not online, but I am. I'm in your heads.
Oh.
I know what you've done.
So, what do I get for the roll that I just did then?
Well, the funny part is it's not a roll per se. Really, it's just an expression of self, expression of art, of the random dice. Yeah. Also, you did not roll.
Yeah, he was just joshing you.
I know.
Did not
I
roll.
had a feeling it was going to be like a trick question like that. Oh my gosh, wow! Alright, Johnny. Oh my gosh. Johnny, you know you're not in that arena.
What?
Oh, he already won the first 3 fights. Were you not there?
Oh, sure. I mean, if we want to skip past those,
No.
we
No,
go
skip
into the next part of the tournament. And
Time skip.
It gets spicy from there.
How'd you win again, Lar? Oh, you know.
I got this.
Yeah, he had this, fam. And then the people on the other side were like, man, he's got this. And then they just left.
He does, in fact, got this, Johnny.
They just looked at my my red locks and they were just like, oh, yes, and even.
Johnny is notorious for having this. This I know. He's good at it. A little too good.
Righty.
Oh, welcome back, guys. We're gonna do another session. You guys are in checkpoint 4 of this cool place I made. Yeah.
Very cool. Very lost. Wow.
Yep. Everyone made it just back in time to see our homie fight. You know. Alright, Jen boy. Let me go blow my nose and we'll engage in the fisticuffs. You know about fisticuffs, right?
Yeah, I've done them once or twice.
Alright. Alright. That's way better. We'll have tea after we do a fighting. That's what we're about. Alright, let's see. I'm Johnny Boy. On that map. Let's actually get all y'all's on the map so we can get yeah, Lord Keeper's gonna show up too. Hooray!
Is
Yeah.
Kunimitara going to show up? Is the question.
You'll see.
Oh yeah. I'll be looking for her in the stands.
Oh my gosh. All right. Your first opponent. Swordy McSwordman. I'm picking. It's the Pursuant of the Flame and the Sword. He's going to be your first opponent.
Oh, good. I'll have a flame battle.
Yeah. Let's see what type of combat music. Ooh, an oldie but a goodie. All right. The system's pretty quick. There's no fanfare. There's no build up. There's a basic introduction of the fighters. And when you guys enter the arena, you look left, look right. And the referees on the side go, begin. They have combat to get today. You were just one step. Initiatives, please.
You gotta put us to the map.
Oh, I thought I had. Whoops. There we go. Good call. Try again. Oh my gosh. That is not the greatest roll.
Hey Matt,
Well,
can I use my fate points to turn those 1s and 3s into 10s?
yeah, if you use one for each.
I think I only need one, honestly. Yeah, let's use one fate point.
And 1 to 10, that'll make that 36. Alright, Johnny. You up, homie?
Can you also put me in last, please?
No.
Yeah.
All
right.
0.
So, the first thing I do is I use a bonus action and I put a flame over my blade.
Okay.
Second thing I do, let's get this ready for you as well. Uh, 15 divided by 2, rounding up, I think it is. It should be 8, excuse me. Okay. I didn't add my other things. That's weird. That's fine. So 4, 4, 3, 2, 3, 5. So the first thing I do after that is a freedom roll.
Freedom, caca. Seems pretty
I'm
good.
going to subtract 1. And I'm going to move up
Ah,
Okay. All right, Johnny. I'm gonna hit you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So this guy has a couple things that makes sky reaching art.
Mhm.
Actually, pretty decent. Because one of the major flaws you noticed was if you don't go first, that's a problem.
Right. That's why I changed up my initiative.
Yep. This guy will use a prepared action and spend 10 key. When you walk into an adjacent square and he didn't go first, he gets to make a standard attack.
Cool.
He'll spend a fate point to make it a killing strike, making it undodgeable or unparryable.
For you, inescapable bypass,
Definitely good.
which is minus 120, and then you have a minus 100 to hit me on top of that from tactical movement. I will use a fate point. I'm down to 4.
He will spend 240 key,
Yeah. Okay.
much of which will be plus 10s to the hit. So he needs to cross a 20 bridge. He needs to spend 22 key to get that to a basic roll, leaving 218 for damage and pen, which he'll just throw into damage because that's the type of savage this guy is.
Okay.
All right. I like this. So, he does hit you.
Okay. What's my dodge negative?
You don't. He's using a fate point to make it undodgeable or unparryable.
I used a fate point for that. Isn't the wording on that they need to use a?
No, that's unavoidable.
Okay.
He's just using killing strike.
Sure.
Shields
So
still apply. Defenses still apply. It's just not dodgeable, not parryable. But if you have something that isn't a dodge or isn't a parry, like a teleport or some sort of like probability roll,
or like a
yeah,
shadow flicker thingy.
yeah. I'm just
shadow
gonna use
flicker.
shadow flicker. Yeah. So I'm gonna use 2 shadow flicker. So 2 shadow Qigong. Sorry, and then I'm going to use this is my narrative pool. I'm going to use 5 of my points.
Mhm.
And I need to copy paste shadow. Actually, it's an pillar ability. It's a bot merit purchase. There it is.
Oh, this does require a dodge roll.
So using narrative in combination with this ability can bypass abilities that don't allow dodging.
Ah,
And I use 5 points.
but you don't need to use 5. You can roll. You can just use 1.
Okay.
If it's a much bigger fancy attack, he's just making a standard attack. It's just gonna be 1 narrative point.
Alrighty.
All right.
So,
Whee! Out of there. Okay. So the attack comes to naught. He has waste want not,
Mhm.
which means if he uses a sky reaching art attack and it doesn't connect with the target, he recoups 90% of the spent key. So he will go back up. Let me put a calculator on this. So he spent 244, and then we'll multiply that by 0.9. So he gets back 220.
Nice.
Okay. That's it. He had that prepared in case he didn't go first. back
100%.
to Johnny going whoosh 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 super fast.
All right. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do liberation. Yeah. Roll the 64. Pass my strength test. Going to subtract 10 key.
Like that can't be a fail.
Nope. It's a 60. So I had to roll a 70 or less,
Okay.
and I rolled a 64. If you hover over the 0, it shows there.
No, okay, I see now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's going to be +4 standard attacks,
Nice.
and at a -70, and my damage multiplier is ×5 to flat. Just the total number at flat, right? So
Mhm.
pretty much 4 damage multiplier.
Okay.
Here comes the first attack.
Sure. Oh, what's the negative on that sucker?
No negative.
Doesn't your Path of the Sword apply a negative normally?
Let's see.
You're gonna want a negative, or this is gonna get ugly really quick.
Yeah. So here's my current. They do have a -40 and plus -30, so that's a -70 total.
Okay, much better.
And you may gain 1d5 +5 fatigue to remove penalties to block or parry attacks.
I'll take 1d5.
So that's for me. You may gain
Oh, for you?
1d5 fatigue to reduce penalties, to block or
I go up the
parry.
skill
So I
bonus
think
times
that's
10.
for me though, right? Like in a sense,
Yeah.
like I'm trying to block it or parry the attack. So
Yep.
yeah.
Alright, so this goes pretty good. -70, eh?
-70, yeah.
Yeah. He's got dodge master or parry mastery, so he's gonna parry.
Oh, wonderful.
Yep, I know you got some spooky things on that blade. He's got some defenses, but he also doesn't know you have a weird sword.
Yeah. You'd also
Right.
probably doesn't know I do the flowing sword technique either.
Yeah. So normally it's gonna be 30 plus his attack score because of the, and then it's -70. So he's good. Yeah. Parry mastery is pretty good. Damn. And this is even after the negative. Because remember, it's half. That's right. Be 90 plus. Oh, really? It's 130. All right, here we go. Smack.
Wonderful. Oh. Uh so he parried.
Yep.
This is the not fun part for that blade. What's his weapon energy at?
Oh, his weapon energy plus
Yeah.
8.
He has 8 weapon energy? Okay.
Mm-hmm. He's also riposting. But the parry will trigger the blade if you want it to. He does have some defenses against felling and devastating. Yep. He's got a high energy blade.
He does have high energy blade, so that's good though. Because my sword energy is only 1.
Yeah. But you can see it. The blade has 2 major break lines. Now that you've clashed with the blade.
Mhm. So vicious doesn't apply here because I didn't do any damage die.
Hold on. Do you want to trigger your modal?
Yes. 9
Okay.
turns of good.
9 turns ago? Did I hear that wrong? Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
9 turns, it says, because my int bonus rounds and turns.
Once you trigger it.
Yes, once I'm triggering it right now.
Okay. So we got a whole heckin' lot of damage.
Because he took the swing, which applies felling, right?
Yep. So I think it was 25 felling.
24. I have it in
Uh,
chat.
Yep.
My attacks also apply 4 felling and 2 devastating. So this is 3 devastating and 4 plus 24 is 28 felling.
Yeah. So he's definitely got not enough impervious for the felling, which then triggers crippling.
Yes.
He's got 1 indomitable, but he still takes 2 devastating. Bleeding 24 is applied, and deadly snare we gotta roll. Ooh boy. It's a spicy blade. Repulse this. I can't. I'm trapped. The snare, I think I'm looking at a minus big stonks. Big stonks, yep. And it's a yes. Agility test. Okay. I thought it was. He's fast, but not that fast. Well, shit.
Ooh.
What?
Any character entangled by the weapon suffers the weapon's damage again in their turn every round they do not break free.
Yeah. I'm aware.
Ugh.
Yeah. Um, he's got a couple of that, so it's good luck, my dude. No, he's stuck.
Okay.
He goes to
So,
riposte, and then he's completely wrapped up by the
mhm.
the blade fragments, and so is his blade. And everyone's the crowd's like, oh no, that's gross. Why does it do that?
Okay.
Is this one of those underhand techniques that they find as dishonorable?
Yep. But it's a sword.
Doing sword, not things.
Yeah.
All right. At this point, I have 4 more attacks I can make. Um, okay.
Remember, your blade is tied to the deadly snare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in this case, I don't really have a lot of more action economy I can utilize if it's snared in place.
Well, if you pull the blade to hit him, it frees him.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
But you can also
Um,
just punch him.
I could just punch him. Instead, I'm going to use a free action. I'm going to say, I am going to give you the chance to yield.
No. Surrender is dishonorable. I must be defeated.
Hmm. Well, then my flame will defeat yours. I'm going to spend a destiny fragment for a peak narrative to have a flame battle with him while he's ensnared.
You don't particularly need to spend narrative to engage in a Dao battle.
Oh, no. Flame, not a Dao.
Isn't flame part of your Dao?
Um, I suppose. Um,
Flame is part of his Dao. It's in his name.
yeah, that's true.
Is it in your name?
I mean, I suppose the sun is, but fire of the sun.
Be solar versus fire.
Okay. I'm going to take my hands and the form of blade and hit him with the remaining attacks.
That'll do it. Give him the bee's knees, Johnny. Give him the business.
1 sec. I want to check something for my barbecue. Yeah, it's free action. That's what I thought. I only have 2. Oh, I have 3. Perfect. Well, hunger. Other -10. I've successfully hit.
What? No. It's not like you can't touch.
Oh. I just made sure.
Yeah, go ahead and make that hit. Make that damage. Remember, you're not trying to kill him.
No. Um. So using my hand as a sword, I'm applying felling and devastating. Devastating to because you already have a -1 to that. My total devastating. And smack.
Yeah. Just don't kill him.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
Mm-hmm. But you're hitting him with devastating, Johnny. Devastating heart cesses.
Yeah, but my hand's a sword, though. I can't really stop my sword.
You know, that is a good argument. How much devastating is he taking from 4? No, 3 more attacks?
So devastating, just 2. And then I have that was my second,
Yeah.
and then I get to make 2 more after that.
Yeah. So +1 each of those times. So he's at 4 devastating. Well, now, Johnny.
Uh, what now, indeed? Um, I'd like to maneuver him out of the arena. I think is probably my best bet, but So yeah, I hit him those additional times. Here's the uh, number 2, I mean 3, and then 4, and I failed that one. He has so 1 hit parry, and then 2, 3, 4, and then the actual original hit, and I'll include that as well. Failure. All right. Yeah, I guess that's my turn.
Okay, so he's taken an extra 2 devastating then?
4 devastating,
Well, 2 from the original, 2 again.
and then 2 again for 6.
Yeah, okay. Alright, his turn. Let's try this again. Yeah, let's try this again. Wait, what?
You got it? It's
Yeah.
way better than last time.
He spends 50 key to give him bonuses to the roll. He will slip out.
Nice.
He's going to shift here. All right. He is going to use a key technique, Exaltation of Blade.
Right.
And he is going to apply Graviton to his hit.
Cool.
He knows you can do that weird shadow flicker thing, so he's just gonna go for a big old difficult to dodge, hit.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah. He's gonna hit you with it.
All right. Remember the additional minus 100 that's still up for freedom, because that doesn't
Yep.
last until, well, I think the 0 or the yeah.
Yeah, he's got a bit stonking number, but it's minus by 100.
Oh yeah.
All right, he's got an escape ball on this.
Perfect.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a minus 340. It won't be a lot of weapon damage, but what it will be is a lot of graviton.
Stalwart, 40 though.
Protects
Does it-
against
If I remember correctly, and wouldn't your graviton apply to staggering?
No, graviton's a yeet.
Okay.
Staggering's a stun.
Nice. Okay. Perfect.
Graviton sends characters flying in a direction.
So minus 340. Are you already including my minus 120 with my inescapable dodge?
No, I have not included that. I just included the minus 100 from the
Perfect. So minus 120
the stance.
from there.
Yeah. So that reduces it by a good bit down to
I have
220.
dodge mastery, which is going to apply 60 because it rounds up, right?
Yeah.
So that's 180 there.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to spend some key. I'm going to spend 52 key. To give myself a 290 bonus to it.
Oh shit, Johnny.
I'm going to spend 52 key. 290 bonus to it. Um, 290 bonus to it. 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 290 bonus
Man does.
So 290 plus 120 plus 60. I'll just do it the other way.
Man
around.
does dodge.
So
Rolls of
290
100, gets yeeted out of the arena. Don't do it.
290 plus 60 plus 20.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
So within that dodge.
Well,
Nice.
in your calculation though,
Mm-hmm.
it's you take that number and then you still subtract it from my 250. So those aren't just bonuses.
So the 60 is right. The 120, yeah, I was gonna apply it that way, but you're right.
Well, even the once you've calculated your bonus to the roll, you then need
Yeah.
to subtract it because sometimes the DOS does matter even on the back end.
Well, I could do it again for you. 290 plus 60, and then I'll just minus the 100 after the fact. So
I still got another 130 though. It's plus 250, so it would be minus the 120, leaving at 130, and then you would subtract the 350 you have from the 130.
I see what you're doing. So in other words, it's 290 plus 60, and then there's 340, and I'm minusing 120 from it. So 220 minus 220. That's what it should look like.
Yes. Because there are some shenanigans depending on the defense roll. This guy doesn't have it, but yeah, you'll successfully parry. Or dodge in this case.
Dodge. Yeah.
You do
then-
need to move. It is a graviton hit, and it will hit that square.
So yeah. So I'm going to use flaming dodge here, and because I dodged,
Hmm?
I have freedom attached to it. I'm going to subtract one key.
Yeah.
To successfully move this way.
Okay. That will be his turn. Back to Johnny.
Trying to figure out how not to kill him because he's already taken 6 devastating.
Accidents happen.
Oh, Matt, roll the 1d100 for me, by the way. Okay, sounds good. His fumble is currently on 3, by the way. I got 3 attacks on him.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Do, homie?
So, we're going to hit him again, I guess. Let's do hunger. And an attack. Minus 240, Matt.
Yeah. Minus 240. Damn, Johnny. Alright, looks like I have to spend some more damn key here. Actually, Oh, because it's quickened out the ass. That's why.
Yeah, that's pretty much the whole thing of that ability. It's just like throw on a pretty much inescapable attack.
Yep, he's gonna have to dodge. You're gonna have to dodge real good because this isn't gonna go well if he parries. 240. That's gross. We're gonna have to spend some key. So we're gonna spend. Oh, we got it.
Nice.
He dips out of the way.
And then we're gonna do quickened again. Or sorry, hunger. For another -10. Wait, what was my original one? 206. So that should be actually -20 now. So I've spent /R2d10. That's fine. So yeah, another standard attack. Another -240.
Stop making me do it, Johnny.
I'm just getting you to spend key.
Stop making me spend key, bro.
And that was a additional. So half action hit, 2 free actions used. I have another free action, another half action. So I'm going to do the exact same thing again. -10. And ooh, ooh yeah. Ooh yeah.
Oh, well, that's a number.
It is a number. Do I want to re-roll this, or do I want to keep it and utilize it on the swing? No, I should save it for later. I'm going to use a fate point to re-roll. -240, Matt.
Another?
Yeah. I re-rolled the weapon skill.
You want to keep your beautiful 100? Oh my gosh.
No, I'm saving that for another time.
Maybe roll an influence roll for me.
Sure.
You are the Tao of failure.
It's
And
true.
that is a juicy failure.
Okay.
You're keeping it.
Okay, I'm keeping it.
Your body's like, no, it's perfect. What are you doing? Don't give it up. You could keep your
So,
fate point though.
okay. I will. So, yeah, I go to swing, and the blade is currently like in a shattered form already.
Yeah.
Since I've already well, not really mastered, but I've completed my break then shatter. Can I control what happens to my breakage?
Not really. It's more of a whip blade.
Okay.
Um, getting it to getting it back into the sword mode, modal X.
Mhm.
we'll get it untangled.
Okay. Um. So yes, I go for the swing. And I miss spectacularly. I don't know what I could do to utilize with this. Because I'm not going to do cascading failure. All right, that's my turn. Oh, sorry. Not my turn yet. I'm going to do some bonus actions. I have those. And stoke the embers. Is this a stressful situation for me, Matt?
I mean, you're in a major tournament. You can't
Hell
afford to
yeah.
lose once.
All right.
So, yeah.
And then I'm going to do it again. All right, end of my turn.
All right. Oh wow! Look at that. It's Johnny's turn.
Oh, yeah. We're going to do the same thing over again. Hunger. Roll the 5. Nice. It's going to be minus 10. And a hit. Minus 240, Matt.
Gotta stop it, Johnny. You gotta stop it, man.
Beautiful. Doing it again.
He's out of dodges.
Oh. You mean dodges come back on his turn, eh? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they always do.
Yeah.
It's not that he's out of key. He's got a ton of that.
All right.
To hit.
So, I'm going to use a destiny fragment here. And within this action, while I'm about to hit the killing blow, I stop right before he's about to die. And I say, you either yield or I eat you.
Yielding is dishonorable.
Yielding is dishonorable for you,
And
but
it's
what about your
disrespectful
flame?
to ask. What of it?
It will be gone, no longer with you. Don't you have something better to light on with? Don't you have a purpose, a destiny to fulfill? Learn from this failure and become better.
Doesn't say anything in return.
All right. Within that moment, then I'm going to entangle him with the rest of the peak narrative and throw him out of the arena with the whip of my sword.
Now, the funny part being,
Hmm.
remember you rolled the 100? Your blade
Yeah.
got the spindles got tangled,
Okay.
so they no longer deadly snare or reach until you reset the blade back to normal.
Okay. Cool.
But you still apply all that stuff when you hit them.
Mm-hmm.
Which, yeah, I need you to roll that damage. Because
Yeah.
you did hit them.
I did hit him. Plus. That's what that is.
I also realized you didn't even roll damage last time you hit him.
No, I didn't. No. Because I was hitting him with my hands, which is just a strength bonus.
Yeah.
And then all of my sword technique applied because I was using my hand as the sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's nothing I can do with my my peak narrative there to make it a non-lethal blow or some way that he survives. Or can I force the fate point usage when he goes out kind of deal of him because he has fate points to utilize or burn to live.
No, he'll burn on his own.
Okay.
But, yeah, that's some good damage. Get him with 2 more devastating, which puts him at -8. Let's see.
He's not dead yet?
No, he's got
Okay.
pretty good armor.
I got pretty good armor.
It's the other stuff attached to that hit. Yeah, devastating.
He's entangled again, I suppose.
Nope.
Oh no.
Remember,
Oh right,
you
you're
rolled
right. You
one.
said those don't apply because of the 100. I got you.
Yeah. The crippling. Yeah. Okay. No, it's the bleeding that gets him.
Right.
Blah. And he'll burn to live, and he's carted off. Your first victory! Huzzah!
I reactivate my X to put it back in its form. Slishing the or wiping the blade off with a flick.
All right. You guys will have a few minutes, because we'll be doing these fights back to back to back.
Mhm.
But you get to go to the stands for a little bit. They ask you not to leave the arena so that they can find you for your fights today.
Of course.
In the
During the next
meantime,
ones, I'm gonna heal up. Sorry, heal up my key. The next.
you guys are in a scene. Janet comes back to the team.
Huh.
That guy
You
had
sure hit him.
already won one previously, so it looks good for him as a fighter.
Yes, the poor guy would not leave, and I was thinking about fighting him with my flame, but I was like, well, yeah. Oh well.
So, next match is like an hour for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems that way. I'm just going to prepare. Savalair looks around for Cooney, see if she's around.
Not yet. None of her people are too.
Yeah.
It's a long tournament.
Tournament talk.
Yeah, the blade's pretty fun actually. Lots of usage.
Well, it looked exciting. Well, grotesque.
Yes.
Nice purchase.
Do you know which one you're fighting next?
I think it was. So it is
Is it
back.
Old Man or is it the Heavy?
I'm pretty
Old
sure
man
it's
is last, I think.
heavy guy. Yeah,
Okay.
and then it's the old man. At least that's how it was presented in the Discord chat.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder how you'll deal with the heavy man. He liked to parry a lot, so maybe that'll be good for you.
I'm actually going to just hit him very hard. I think it's the plan.
Ah, yes. I like that plan. So, do we have any like DTS or anything between? Because it's 3 fights, so
The
that's 3
equivalent
DTS.
of a
isn't it?
DTA. It's basically just a moment for you guys to chat and hang out for a little bit because it's gonna be a lot of Johnny solo today.
Yep, figured that.
Well, hopefully we can get it out quickly. I'm sure the next one won't take very long. It's the old man. I feel like it's going to take a little bit. So
You got this.
I believe in you.
I believe in the you that believes in me. Believes in you.
Yes. Don't die in the next episode.
Yes.
In this episode.
Well, just don't die. You know. Yep. You
I don't
heard
think
me.
any of the masters would have said that.
Yep.
Who
Just don't
said
die.
that? Just a random passerby. Dying's bad, okay? Well, is there anything you need from us before your next match?
I don't believe so. I'm just going to take one of these scrolls here. It's the Shadow Qigong scroll, and use it.
I guess you can fully recover most of your resources other than fate points.
Yeah. My key's back.
Oh wait, you can use moon juice if you
Could
need
use
to.
moon juice.
I don't
I think
know.
I'll be okay. I still have 3 fate points left.
Okay.
So Shadow, the scroll was for 10. So I'm going to put mine to 13 now. And the solar should be fine.
Doing recovery math. Where's the RP?
Yeah, I think I'm
RP.
good. Yeah.
All right.
So, what do you guys think of this next opponent? I should be worried for anything. He just did destroy the arena last time, but I feel like I'll be having my wings for that.
Sure enough. Is being over destroyed part of the arena disqualification?
I was about to say,
No, it's the
is flying a part of being in the arena if you're not touching on the floor of the arena?
Yes, flying was covered.
yeah.
Okay, good.
There are these statues up above, as Savalero will point to. That's will force me down if I go above them. So I just need to stay below.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And as long as I'm not touching outside of the arena, it should be fine.
Also noticed he didn't do anything until after he was hit a whole lot, so maybe he, I don't know, stores up energy or something from hits.
That's what I think so too, yes.
Speed, I think, might be your best option.
Well, speed
I'm
didn't
not
work
sure.
at all last time. The dude hit him a whole lot real quick.
Well, yeah, but like some oomph.
I always say you mean
Hit
lots of
him
damage really
first.
quick.
Yeah, hit him first, but actually, like, really hit him.
That's the plan.
Otherwise, I ain't got nothing.
Well, you got poison. That might work against somebody like that.
Yeah, but they don't really like that here. Everything that I have heard of this fight thus far, they don't like that.
That's exactly what I've gathered as well, unfortunately. That's why you just don't get caught.
I mean, sure, but as of right this second, like what? This Savalaire's got 5 minutes. I might be able to put some itching powder on your sword.
No, it's
He's got basically 2 hours before his next fight.
Oh, 2 hours. Okay.
Enough for him to meditate, recover ki, recover, qigong, heal a little bit.
I don't think it's worth the risk of me trying to rush a poison and then we get caught.
no, I'm fine.
Yeah.
We're good there.
Okay.
I'm just going to spend this time praying to Fate Bonds next. Savalaire will sit down and start to pray. So say, thank you for my setting success, and I hope to learn more from the fights to come.
Actually, was the armor dude watching this fight?
You didn't see him in the stands, but you could probably say yeah.
Okay.
I rolled for his competitors, and out of the thousands of people he could fight, I got some pretty serious ones.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, the more competitive opponents take it pretty seriously, or the most competent opponents don't take it seriously at all because they're arrogant. Right out of a wuxia novel.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy's probably watching, probably not from the stands, but from somewhere on the side.
Okay.
Fortunately, you didn't do too much.
I just hit him. That's really all it did. Showed off the
your
blade.
sword did get revealed, though.
Yes, that's the one thing for sure.
Which was the intention, was to reveal it as much as possible so that when you use another thing, they don't expect it.
Yeah.
All part of the plan.
The Keikaku.
I'm very excited to use my interior grilling. I haven't really had a chance to use that one yet, so it's gonna be fun.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot more relevant RP between this and the next fight.
Yeah,
Unless
probably not.
Chunbo has more things to go over. Are there any other fights happening in this arena between Savalars?
Oh yeah, there's several. Most of them are kind of hard to watch. It's like cringy. The people fighting are not very good at swords, and they're trying their best. Yeah.
They got in the tournament, but they're not swordsmen.
Not good swordsman.
Sure enough.
The only other thing I could think of RP wise trying to watch would be, like how Lyron just said, watching the possibilities of who Sabalair would fight next. But
Yeah, but there doesn't seem to be any interesting fights actually happening, unfortunately.
we'll catch him on the neck. We'll catch it once everything is done for the day and see who he actually has to fight next.
All right. You guys want to go bet?
Lyron, how much money do you even have to bet?
I don't have any money to bet. I ask other people for money.
Yeah, same.
But also, I don't think that we can bet on a Dow companion.
No, I just can't bet on myself.
Yeah, but so all I would have are Dow points, and I'm not entirely sure. Let's see, I do technically have a vault, and I believe there's Marshall coins.
Wait, we
somewhere in
can
there.
bet on Savalair?
Yeah, we can do that.
That seems worthwhile.
I mean, worst comes to worst, he fails. That's kind of his thing, so.
And if we've bet on him, then his failure will be yet greater.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember if I used all 10,000 of my Marshall coins from my vault, because I thought I did. But I can't remember what for. Otherwise,
I don't know that 10,000 Marshall coins have ever been spent by us. Unless you did that.
I thought it was something that was just like, okay, well, I'll use this to then accomplish this other thing. And it was like one big bulk buy, but I don't remember now. And if I do have 10,000 Marshall coins, then, well, shit.
Just slam that bet down.
Yeah.
I don't think they would let you do 10,000 Marshall coins for a preliminary
But
match. But you
how about 100?
Nope.
Nope.
You'd have to go to a private betting house for that.
How? What's
What
the
about some
maximum
of
they
our
would allow?
superior heaven and earth crystals?
They can do Heaven Earth crystals.
but no Marshall coins?
Interesting. Okay.
Certainly not 10,000 Marshall coins.
No.
And you probably don't want to place that bet because now you're targeted.
Yeah.
I'll pass over 5 supreme heaven and earth crystals.
Alrighty. You bet 2, I'll bet 3.
Deal. Who's favored to win, actually?
True. That is the
Like the whole
odds.
thing?
No, for this bet
one. Yeah.
that we're
What
going to
are
be
the
banking.
odds?
Yeah, what are the odds?
For Mr. Duder McGuy, the Togrunga heavy armor, heavy sword.
Yep.
He is favored to win 2-1.
Nice.
Okay.
Even better.
So he's not an unknown. I guess he's also, well, he fought, but so did Laura already.
This might
Okay.
be both of our second fights. I don't know if he fought before that. Maybe that's the reason he did fight again before that.
Well, if he's favored, his opponent might have also won his next match at that point.
Another. I've seen in a. It's okay, over the table. It's called Path of the Berserker. It was a book, and the odds changed as the fight was happening. I don't know if we just stick with 2-1. That's fine by me. Wasn't sure. Either way, you bet 2, I bet 3. Hopefully we get rid. Hopefully we double our stuff.
Sounds good to me.
So 10 supreme heaven and earth crystals.
Sure, we can do 10.
Okay, sure.
I'm giving 5 for
Okay.
you guys
Giving
to bet on
5.
me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 2 and 3, or we could just do one bet.
Bet limit 3 for a single bet, but they do have other bets.
Mm.
Two and
Full
three.
strike first.
Oh, well, that's easy. I'm assuming that it's favored towards literally not the armor man at that point, though.
What? No.
I think 2 and 3 in favor of Savalar would be the safest.
Yep.
Like also the most profitable. Have supreme heavenly heaven and earth crystals that you want to.
I don't.
Me neither.
So yeah, 2 and 3 in favor of Savalar before the fight.
What about my 5? Put them together.
That was
Why
your
do you
5. We can't max bet of
We
3.
can't. Yeah.
Oh, max
We
bet
have
of
to.
3 total. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fighters can't bet on themselves either.
Well, I was hoping to give them money to bet on me, but I see how it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah. All right. I guess it's time.
We could have Midnight Sai also bet on you. Here, take some money to bet.
Midnight Side bets for chicken nuggies.
Boy. Can they possibly, like, come up with more if she does win the bet?
Yeah, they'll give her 2 food voucher tokens
Oh.
for chicken nuggies. Yeah.
How many food voucher tokens can I bet?
Those are you can bet quite a few of those.
Now that is maybe worthwhile. Is the food here good? Or does this pay for anything that's in the tournament area for food voucher?
So there's just like Heaven and Earth crystals. There's food voucher tiers.
Oh man.
So the bronze ones are for like food stalls, little kiosks, peddling salesmen, people who have the food on like a big basket and they carry it around.
Mhm.
The silver ones are for restaurants. Also drinking establishments. Gold are for fine dining.
Okay.
There's probably a higher one, but it's not confirmed. It may not even exist. But you know how people are like, we'll grant you a platinum food token. Oh my god, what is that even?
It's basically the gold except shiny.
No, it'd probably be cultivator food, like actual cultivation ingredients.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah, bronze, silver, gold.
All right.
Each one of these is a full meal plus service. So if you were to go to a food vendor at one of the food stalls, you would get a full like basket. You get the main entree, a side, and a drink.
Cool.
Yeah. Restaurants will give you the full course meal, so appetizer, main course, dessert, drink, 2 sides. Yeah. Also pays for tip.
Good.
The
East Bear. Okay, so we'll make that bet, and then I guess next fight.
Is the privacy screen still up?
Yeah, at the privacy screen. How long does it? I guess do you regenerate poison Qigong fast enough to keep it up all the time?
Jump up.
Go Propo. What was the question?
Do you have your privacy screen up?
Oh, yeah, I can put that up. Poison Qigong.
All right.
How much do you want me to pump into it?
I think you should just only put one.
Kind of what I was thinking, but never know. Maybe need 9.
Matt, after this, I'm going to summon my Minister of Finance,
Yeah.
Mr. Havenlord. Could you please go and make us some money on the betting scene with these 5 supreme heaven and earth crystals?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Right. Just let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right. A little bit of an aside before we start the fight.
Mhm.
When the poison barrier comes down, one of the security folks is like, "All right, whose barrier is this?"
Are they on the other side of it? Can I tell that they're asking? Is there a knock?
No, they're waiting until it comes down.
Because it's dangerous. They don't want to touch it.
I mean, wouldn't they then be like? So this is going to be after the fight that I'll finally be able to realize, hey, we have a problem with this.
Yeah, this will be after the fight, probably.
Yep, they
Right.
go wait hours until the barrier goes down.
Can't Poe keep it up, though? Like, doesn't he regenerate poison Qigong at a certain rate with his poison blood and stuff?
I mean, he'll have to come out eventually.
It will have to come out eventually.
They have people. They have people, Poe. People.
Well, I'll have you know that I am a people. So Poe's got people, too.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be after the fight, probably, because we have the privacy screen up during the fight.
Yeah. Did they stop the fight because of it? Is there like a...
Mm-mm.
Okay. Mhm.
You ready?
Yeah, good. There you go. Do you believe me if he doesn't go very fast?
No. We're pretty fast.
What do we got? Hmm. No, not that one. I had to change my mind. I wanted to play a different song.
I see.
So. Mm. Some of these are pretty good. Figure out which one I want though. What are you thinking, Johnny?
What I think I'm first is I'm going to do an assess on the individual. Let's do.
NSS.
Yeah. Scrutiny. Right. So I'm assessing, and I'm going to use my Weaver's Eye on this assess. With the 12, I do have a lot of options. I do believe all of them. Um, So each degree of success, you learn one piece of information about the target: total wounds, total fatigue, current fatigue, armor, soak, active status effects, active conditions, name, tier, total merit spent. I'm mostly looking for current wounds, armor, soak, active status effects, active conditions, and the tier.
Right,
Pretty
write them out. Write them out, homie.
good. So that's 1 degree. That's 2 degree. 3 degree. 4 degree. 5 degree. 6 degree. 7 degrees. 8 degrees. 9 degrees.
All right. Mm, mm. Something obscures his armor rating and his soak.
Okay.
Mm. Mm-hmm. It is a P. I knew it. Spelling. Conditions.
You gone regen, eh? Okay.
Does this active condition explain what type of qigong it is?
No. Yeah, you're up.
Alrighty. You can put that's that perfect. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Alrighty. So this is what we're gonna do next. We're gonna do hot exterior.
Damn girl, you looking fine. On fire.
So going to subtract 5 times 8, which is 40. 40 key turns into 40 key for Star Whale turns into 1 each.
Okay. Since he didn't go first, he's going to pick defense as his original orbit.
Yep, sounds good. So 40 key there, and then I'm using the martial arts key for 1 temp health or 1 shielding each. That 40 key is turning into 40 temp, which is then turning into 40 times 4,640 shielding. And then that happens twice, so that's doubled. Half action free action use.
Ooh, a decently sized number there, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a big shield edition. And I didn't even do my fancy thing, which is eating the temp wounds into and coughing them up. I could have done that for temp health, but shielding is what I really want here. So doing that. So we got that going for us. My So I'm going to use Even Further Beyond to give myself 299 soak. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep with what I have currently. So my soak currently is 10. And then I add that 3 more times, so 40. And then I times it by 2. So Ashar. And then I times that by 8. So I have 640 soap for this turn.
Okay. So you got yourself a little bit of a shield, do you?
A little bit of a shield and a little bit of a soak add-on for myself
Okay.
until my turn's done.
Hmm.
Or it comes back to my turn, sorry.
Sure.
And then that was a half action to move up.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to then do interior grilling.
Interior grilling.
Submit. Does not require flame to use because I changed that. Either way, bonus action to engulf my sword in flame.
The word.
I'm going to do a weapon skill attack on the individual. That is a pass.
Man. He's gonna parry.
Okay.
I don't know if you knew this was coming, but I think he's gonna parry.
Good.
He's got parry mastery, so we're gonna add another little bit for that. What is? If I can find it. Don't you hide from me. Seriously. Put a handout somewhere. Somewhere a long time ago. There it is. Different. Alright. What is your physical reinforcement weapon skill?
1.
Okay. What's your what is that called? Physical Dow swiftness reinforcement.
My physical what, sorry?
Your agility reinforcement.
I have tier 1 physical swiftness as well.
Okay. He's just gonna parry.
Okay. Does he have sword energy?
No, he's got armor energy.
Okay.
It's kind of the intrinsic opposite of sword.
Sure.
Armor / shield energy.
Mhm.
So it's both complementary and antithetical to the sword, which is actually kind of interesting. Oh, need to change my headset battery. There we go.
Very nice.
He doesn't even block with his sword.
Yeah.
He blocks with a forearm piece of armor.
Gotcha.
And on impact, Johnny, it feels wrong. Like there's no force to it, and the blade just kind of skitters and clacks off the side of the armor
Mhm.
as he deflects it. You also feel a lot of the force that you were applying just leave the sword. It's like, feels like you swung at maybe a half the original strength you actually had thrown into it.
Gotcha. So, what's his indomitable at when I hit?
He has got Indomitable 12.
Okay.
That would be from his improved armor qualities,
Mhm.
Heavy Armor Master and Armor Monger.
Okay. Okay. Does he have anything that um cancels out Ruinous?
If it's just the Ruinous quality alone, it does not affect his armor and has rugged. Unless you introduce failure into it on impact or some other shenanigans.
I also have Sundering.
Now we're talking, Johnny. Now we're talking. How much?
1 sec.
Because if it's a small amount, you're gonna need a lot of sundering to start cracking through this guy's armor.
It's just one for that's what my breakpoint chip and shatter is at. It's just one Sundering, one Vicious, one Ruinous.
Unfortunately, he is
Okay.
able to defend from one sundering.
Okay. It's fine. Introduce some failure now, eh? It'd be a hard weapon skill test if I did a 100 here. And I don't think I want to use my cascading failure for that yet. But I will put some Marshall Dow points of failure into if you'll allow me. My weapon has been parried. My module activates for 9 turns.
Oh, your
My sword.
your sword, McSword.
Yep.
Okay. What you got?
So the question is though, I guess because I didn't hit and it was parried, I can't do the damage in pen. So there would be nothing extra from my my interior grilling that I just did there. So there's nothing to worry there though. Um, so yeah, and that was a half action move, half action attack, half action hot exterior. So all my half actions are gone. I need to subtract I already subtracted the minus 40, so I need to roll 40 /R 4d10. Don't get any back. That's all right. So what I'd like to do now is I'd like to use some of my narrative points to add on weapon qualities. So looking at your
Yes.
narrative points examples,
Yeah, or increasing the current ones you got.
correct.
Now we're
Single
talking.
peak narrative additive to allow a large list of improvements to modern. So greater improvement or singular powerful variable. Counter or cancel the effects of single weapon quality for one attack. Reduce incoming critical damage by your toughness bonus. Okay. Yeah. Reduce. Refill the fate currency threshold or the currency threshold. So if I wanted to make a singular powerful variable increase for my my X, which was, let me scroll back down, my Sundering. How much will you give me for a peak narrative bonus?
And you want to add that to Sundering?
Correct.
For peak narrative bonus, we can add your weapon skill bonus to Sundering.
Okay. My weapon skill bonus is 8.
Plus your reinforcement, plus refinement, plus a whole bunch of stuff.
So I have 2 physicals, so that's plus 2 there.
Yep.
Willpower is a mental, right? Or is it spiritual? I think you wrote that
Willpower's
down.
mental. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured.
So you spend 5, right? You can have
Yes.
the effects up to 5 turns or 5 rounds.
5 rounds. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Or you can make it 4 rounds and add another or increase it again.
I'm going to increase it again for 4.
Okay, so 4 rounds to make it twice your weapon skill bonus and reinforcement. So it'd be like 40.
No, that should be 20.
Okay, 20.
Yeah.
All right. You can keep doing that.
Yeah.
Just
So
reduces the number of turns you get with it.
okay. So make it 3 rounds, for example, and then add it on again.
Mhm.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to subtract my narrative pool from 11 to -5, which is 6, I do believe.
Mhm.
And we're going to do that 3 rounds instead for 30 X plus the 1, so 31. 3 round sundering. Okay, so I hit. I have reduced the armor rating permanently, unless you have something that negates that.
Not 31 sundering. But he does have some sunder protection, just not 31.
Okay.
All right. You will deal 15 points of armor damage to the arm. He's got a lot of sunder protection.
That's fine. I really would like the same Warhammer Warhammer Fantasy 4th edition has a wonderful UI for their roll 20 where you can like it shows where it hit on the the armor piece as well in the roll. They'd be really nice to have in the weapon skill. But I suppose I could just do a shot. What if I wanted as well for stuff? Awesome. Okay, that is my turn.
Okay. Okay, he's gonna spend a complex action to spin in orbit.
Okay.
He's already picked defense, so he's gonna go utility, back to defense, back to utility, back to defense, back to utility. He's gonna send a second complex action to spin it again. He's gonna use orbit mastery to spin it again. And he just sits there. He changes his stances imperceptibly each time he does an orbit change. So it's kind of a little dance of you guys kind of measuring yourself against each other. And then it's back to you.
All right, I'm at 0. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do a liberation.
Okay.
That is a pass. And I'm going to do /R 6d100 for 6 attacks because my 1 standard attack, then plus the additional, 5d100 for the 5 hits.
You're gonna hit.
He's not parrying this time, or he's going to parry with his body.
He's gonna parry with his body.
Gotcha. Roll the 1.
Why are you rolling that many hits?
Its first standard attack is the hit, and then adding on 4 additional standard attacks.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
The 83 is a fail by 3, so I'm going to add 1 key.
Alright. You still have a D4. John.
Oh, thanks. 1.
Okay.
That is double 1, by the way.
What do you mean?
Perfect practice makes perfect.
Yep, that'll do it. Okay. Well, a double 1. Not bad.
So, yeah. Can I add on to this hit?
What are you thinking?
I was thinking about using a Destiny Fragment. And using that peak narrative to apply more of the
Thundering.
the sundering, and also to apply some of my failure Dow into
There it is. Yeah.
equation.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to spend. I'm going to spend 10 of my martial Dow points of failure.
Okay.
That is also 10 key. And martial Dow points of failure. 5 narrative points to then again increase the sundering. the same formula as last time. 3 rounds, 31 sundering on top of it now.
I'll do it.
And then with my 62,
So that's 62 sundering. Yeah, there you
62
go.
sundering, and then 5 hits of it.
Okay. He's going to rotate all of those armor pieces. He's going to have it hit all different spots.
Okay.
But the armor's cracked just about all over. It's actually kind of interesting because he will parry the original hit into a leg plate for like a complete redirection. Can't. And then he moves it completely out of the way. But it looks like the armor style, when you parry, he does need to. It doesn't redirect the blade out of the way. He still takes the hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, have him roll. I'm sure it doesn't matter, but have him roll 5 strength tests for knockdown.
For knockdown?
Yeah, I have knockdown on that attack.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a -30 multiplier 5, the flat, cleave.
Does it apply more than a 300 penalty to strength?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But I do want him to.
He didn't roll. Yeah, he didn't roll 100.
Perfect. You are rolling the because I got 5 hits. That's
For the
6%.
knockdown.
That's a 6% fumble chance now, though.
Yep. So roll fumble 1. Nope. Wow, those are dope ass rolls.
I'm glad because now they're out of the way for a little bit.
All right.
Okay. So that was a half action standard attack, half action liberation. I'm going to use stoke the embers to give myself some more key back. I'll use that twice. There's 1. There's 2. My 2 willpower tests. I'm going to give myself 22 key. Wonderful. And after I've done that, comes back to my turn. My soak is back to normal. Alrighty. And that was a -10, so /R 1d10. Don't put it back. Alrighty. So, I have free actions here, and I might have to think about that when I change up my martial arts, because what I could be doing is I could be having the delayed action, because if I do a free action right now, it only works for this turn and not the one I'm about to go into. But if I did do it the other way, that would be interesting. Something to think about for the future. So I have one more half action here. And how many reactions does he have? I used up 5.
Yeah, it looks like if he successfully parries, it refunds the reaction spent.
Okay. Because I thought we had a limit to the amount of reactions we could. So that
Yes.
Okay, so that also refunds that reaction as well. Okay.
It refunds the reaction, but it's still up to the amount of times you can dodge the limit. Even if you have the reaction, once you've hit your limit, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, and I figured I was getting there, and I might get it next. So for that,
basically, this guy, he has the reactions to do it up until the cap.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. So I'm going to hit him one more time with a standard attack.
Well, how many half actions can
It's
you
just one half
manifest?
action.
Oh, it's just one half action with multiple attacks, just like a
No,
lightning
no,
strike.
no. So hold on. I did the half action for the standard attack, which then
Yep.
applied the flaming liberty or whatever it is,
Yep.
the liberation. That gave me the attacks, and then I have one more half action to use, so it's just going to be a standard attack on.
Yeah.
Success.
Well, you hit him again, eh?
Yep.
Well, you know what he's gonna do?
Good parry.
He's gonna parry. I don't know about you, but I think he's gonna parry again.
Good for him.
Is this your 34 turn? I think. Didn't you just do the 0 turn?
I just finished the 0 turn with that last half action.
Okay. Yeah.
Now I'm on to the other turn, and I'm going to do
Oh my gosh.
another liberation. That is a
Yes.
pass. Yep, 63 out of 70. I'm going to subtract my 10 key. And then I'm going to slash our 5d1. Actually, I'm going to do one at a time because I know I'm getting close to the point here. So there's the first one. Success. Does he parry?
Yep.
Okay. Roll me a 1d100, please. Okay. Second. I'm going to spend some key on that. That's going to be 15 key, I do believe, to make it a 100 or a 99. Yeah, so 3 key. Subtracting. That's also another pass.
Mm-hmm.
Please either roll parry for me if he has
He's got
parry.
another.
Perfect. Please roll me a fumble. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 92% right now. And that was my second. Here's my third. Please either roll me a parry, or if he does not have parries, let me know. This is important after this.
He's still parrying.
Okay. Please roll me a fumble. It's 91 or higher. Okay.
I don't like it, Johnny.
Um,
You stop it.
Here goes another. And that is a pass.
One more time.
Okay. Please roll me a fumble. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's my last. And as a pass.
Okay. He's gonna take 3 fatigue to gain 1 extra half action, or sorry, reaction to parry past limit.
Nice. Please roll me a fumble.
Wanna?
I know, right? Perfect. Okay, so that has been 61 of my sundering on 5 attacks. How's his armor looking?
But he's moved it everywhere across his armor.
Okay, yeah. So I'm still doing some, like, he hasn't hit the sunder negation at this point, right?
He's only got 16 sunder negation.
Okay.
So all those big stonking numbers have been going through. He's just been not allowing it to build up in one spot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Alrighty.
I mean, at certain points, he's even headbutted the blade out of the way.
Yep.
And taking the damage to the helmet.
Perfect.
So, pretty good.
I'm going to do a interior grilling. Okay. That is a pass. Wait, sorry. No, I'm not going to do an interior grilling. It's a bonus action. I take that back. Because I used my bonus actions for. Oh wait, new turn. I use my bonus actions on my 0. Okay, I can do this bonus action. And then I'm going to do a standard attack.
Another standard attack.
Yep, just
Goes.
a normal standard. I used up all my my liberation.
All right. +3. He's at 12. One more time.
Awesome. Now, please roll me the fumble chance. Alrighty. So that is 88.
Ooh. That was close.
Yeah, it was close. Can I use a destiny fragment to add on extra fumble for my sword? So reduce that fumble to a different one, or
What do you mean?
so I was thinking about using Destiny Fragment 5 Peak to add on to my fumble quality. So I would add on extra fumble chance to try and get that below like an 85 in a sense to make them.
Narrative would not be the correct one to use here.
Okay. So my failure Dow, then I could use some of that.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. Is it a martial point per?
Yep.
Okay. What is my original 10 martial points doing into the armor currently?
It is doing more damage than you think.
Perfect. Okay. I have 1,150 drops. I'm going to so do you want to do it so it's under or exact? So for example, if I had an 85 fumble chance, he rolled an
He just
85.
needs to meet or overroll the number, so you just need 3.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to spend my 3 martial doubt points I have, and make that an 85 fumble chance.
All right. He goes to parry. And unfortunately, when he parries with the forearm, the gauntlet gives out, and part of the gauntlet that also is allowing him to grab the sword also just forces him to fumble the sword.
Okay, so here we go. This is what I've been waiting for.
Match is over, dude. You won. You disarmed him. Yeah.
Oh, did I? Oh.
Yeah. That, literally, one of the things to beat the opponent is to disarm them. If they drop their blade, match is over.
Okay. Woo. Woo.
Yeah. He does nod, and he basically takes the sword that he dropped and swings it at the sky to dispel all of the energy.
Mhm.
And a lot of the loose fragments of the armor fly out like grape shot. If he had gotten his next turn, this would have been really bad. Like, I was
And
gonna hit you
Yeah.
for like 300 felling, because this guy is able to convert all sundering that he has taken to the armor into
Yeah.
felling damage
Oh,
on the next
wonderful.
attack. In
So,
addition to the stored damage, in addition to any other shenanigans. Yeah.
He's very much a blade mail user. I got that.
Yeah.
So I will say off. Thank you so much for the match. That was wonderful. I'm Sava. Glad we.
You are good. My armor is insufficient to deal with your capabilities. Good
Well,
luck on your next match.
Well, I
You will need
appreciate
it.
that. Learn from this, and I'm sure I'll meet you again in some other fashion, or you'll even maybe surpass me someday. So I wish you well on your steps to greatness.
Smell of the Iron Clan. They are good people.
Yes, I do fancy one.
It's a lot of a woman to fancy. Be careful.
Oh, I know.
Okay, Dad. You guys have an hour before you fight the old man?
So you walk up to our security screen and there's just guards standing outside it?
Yep.
Do we?
Well, we're still inside.
About 6 now.
About 6.
Why, hello there. How can I be of service? Do you need help in some way? I'll talk to the security guards.
They kind of look at you, and they're about to wave you off, and one of them kind of squints. What do you mean by that? Are you related to the people inside this particular sphere?
I do know them. It's true.
I say, well, we'll have you stay here for now.
Oh,
Please take
what
a seat
seems
over
to be
there.
the problem?
Please over here.
Oh, of course.
Well, we can see that. Hey, Poe, maybe you should drop the bubble. I think the gods are getting antsy.
I mean, they're not going to touch it though.
Well, yeah, but Law's on the outside, and
Yeah.
looks like they're just going to keep getting more gods until this thing comes down. Can you turn it off?
That's a great question. Never tried yet.
If you wanted a way to disappear, I suppose you go into the orrery with your masters.
Yeah, we can do that. But then probably
We, it's just empty.
Leave me. Like,
Drops and they're gone.
what's happened?
where have my companions gone?
I don't know if that's a good idea, but it is an idea.
If we do that, then does the screen get left behind?
Well, you take the screen with us.
Well, yeah, that's what I want. But I was just sitting here worried. Like, wait a second. If I do this, does the screen get left behind?
Oh, you mean the poison screen?
Yeah.
Can you turn it off, or does it just run until it runs out of the qigong?
No, it runs until you stop supplying with Qigong. You
Okay.
would have to use some sort of control roll to, well, eat the poison barrier, which is kind of the point of the poison lust form. But yeah, just have to stop supplying it. Then it'll run out on its own.
I'll turn it off.
Yeah, it'll run
Oop.
until it has no more power.
Ready? I only gave it one qigong, so hopefully it stops soon.
I mean, it wasn't a very long match.
No, it wasn't.
Do I,
Huh.
have, do I have an estimate of when it'll turn itself off?
Oh, well, we turned the privacy barrier on an hour before the match.
Yeah, just don't supply it.
Yeah, that the supply is cut. No more. Let
Alright.
there be non-poison barrier.
In about a couple minutes, it goes down. Which one of you is the poison user?
What are you talking about?
Which one of you is the poison user?
Over the table, before I continue to talk with S. Chunpo. If I, well, I, they're going to be able to smell me. It's very faint, but if I were to say that I bought this and was given supplies and said I had to feed this in here, and then that would be a privacy screen. What's the issue?
I mean, you could lie about it, but I'm pretty sure what they said about poison users is that they just gave you a talisman that you had to wear.
Hmm.
So everyone knew you were a poison user.
Gotcha.
Which meant that you couldn't get courtesans very easily, was the main thing that I think was described as a downside.
Gotcha. Back to being Chunpo. I prefer the term medicine maker, but we're getting down that path still. I believe I am the person you were looking for in that regard. How can I help you?
Poison use within the arena grounds is forbidden and a prisonable offense.
Wait, but this is just a privacy screen, right?
It is still filled with terrible, lethal poisons.
Did somebody touch it?
They don't answer.
So no harm has been done.
They don't answer.
To exist is not a crime.
Well, I think specifically it was here, but nobody described this as a law posted anywhere. We looked at the rules. There was just rules against poisoning those in the arena. Well, in the match.
Yep. And eventually, a more decorated individual in uniform. It's kind of like a cross between a military uniform and a wuxia cultivator outfit. And he has this incredibly long black hair underneath the hat, and it has this kind of coy look to his eye. Yes. The crime of existence. Wherever you came from, while that may not be part of the rule and law system there, it very much is. Section 218, subsection A-B. Poison users are a crime against the path, at least in civilized and high-density areas. Use of unauthorized poison techniques of any variety or tools or items is strictly forbidden and is a punishable offense in any case to the full extent of the law, even to execution.
What's the ruling on filth cultivators within high density areas?
Filth cultivators.
Also, I saw a hand.
Never heard of such a thing. Why would anyone
Why
practice
indeed?
that? Why would anyone practice that? Only animals play in filth, not cultivators.
Gonna make
Cultivators
a
are
scrutiny test on this
proper,
guy.
dignified.
Gonna make a scrutiny test. Is this guy like trying to strong arm us without actual evidence?
And I
Well, I think
you can
he's
make a
got
scrutiny
evidence.
test.
My-
He's He's
Son of a
strong
monkey.
arming you, but he has evidence.
Well, he has evidence, but
He
is this
also
like
doesn't consider filth cultivators people, let alone cultivators, and doesn't acknowledge filth cultivation. So they're just animals to him. So they have no rights.
Interesting.
Mhm.
now? Hold on, my companion here is looking to become a doctor with these poisons. It's a noble cause.
Then they should be certified through the Physicians Guild or the Alchemists Guild sub-branch for poison alchemy. Do you have such a authorization or a clearance badge? Something to prove identity, prove association, prove capability, responsibility, ethics.
Would you like to have a proof of capability? I can more than show you that I am capable of what I do.
I see. You are threatening an officer of the law. I understand.
I can't help if you
Arrest
feel
him.
threatened. I can't help if you feel threatened. Obviously,
Resisting will incur lethal force. We do not mess around with poison users. If you do resist even a little bit, unfortunately, your life will be forfeit. Please
I'm
allow
sorry
the
that my minimal speaking is resistance to you. I'm sorry you're so weak. You'll get stronger. Don't worry. The path of the cultivator breeds strength.
And he just kind of gestures at the guards. Arrest him, and if he
Master, what should we do about this guy?
Vicarious kind of just looks at it. I don't care. But if you make more headaches for me, I will, and then you will regret it.
Hmm.
What counts as a headache?
Doorkeeper's off in the corner eating some popcorn through the helmet.
Well, do we want more charges or less, Poe?
I mean, are they threatening to execute me or are they threatening to arrest me?
They're going to arrest you. They're not threatening anymore.
Yeah.
Are they trying to execute me through that arrest?
I'm saying that was a
Only if you
possibility.
provide any resistance whatsoever.
All right, well, I mean, I can spend the night in jail. I don't mind. I'll either figure it out or what have you. But
All right, let us know if you need something.
Relu!
They clamp some cultivation suppressant shackles on you, and they'll haul you off to jail. They'll give you a kind of a wash down, throw you in a cell. And outside the barred window, sitting on a tree, Floorkeeper. Welcome to living as a poison user. Look, people are babies, and when they can't use their fancy, metal stick swinging techniques and all their fancy cultivation and poison is like, well, besides what you've read, it castrates most cultivators. It invalidates their work. The amount of hate and loathing and negative association with poison and curses and all the associated things connected to those choices in the path. Well, people don't like it. So everyone who doesn't like it has banded together in a great conspiracy to put the hate on poison users.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the same in space. It's actually sometimes even more potent in space. There would be no questions, no arrest. They would just kill you. Because air is limited. Breathable air, even more so. And if you make breathable air not breathable, well, you're a problem. Now, that doesn't mean stop practicing it. I just want you to taste kind of what you're up against, you know? Like, how serious these people are in their prejudice. It's not fun.
No, it isn't.
I run into similar prejudice in certain instances against groups that like to keep secrets. Anyone who tries to find answers or record anything that actually happened, no matter how small, against the controlled narrative or the silence, is also persecuted. So I know a little bit about it. These people fear you to the point where it's systematic and illogical. Imagine this in your head. It's a very fancy but large pavilion, well lit, because the topic alone makes them fear the shadows. They serve no food and drink, in the fear that the very sustenance they would take during this long, arduous meeting would invoke the wrath of, well, poison. They constantly circulate the air so it doesn't become stagnant. And only under those conditions do they dare talk about the regulations and restrictions they would put on poison and its users. That's how afraid they are. And they rightfully so. Poison craft is more associated with sorcery, really. Most people don't understand it, they can't comprehend it, they can't even anticipate it. You don't really even need to use martial arts to use it, you just need to expose someone to it. Yeah. And the poison in that screen, it's not an insignificant amount. Most poison users within the earthly path are poison key users. Because most of the techniques for Qigong are suppressed, eliminated, or completely destroyed. So you had Qigong in your little barrier thing, which made them pee their pants a little. Maybe not a little.
It's interesting to... Is there such a thing as even the universe itself is against me, or is it all just random?
It's just people. It's not the universe. The universe doesn't care.
Well,
The
sure,
universe
okay.
equips most of its beasts.
That's what I was
with things
also
like,
thinking. It
yeah,
was in between plants and beasts.
yeah, they're most potent. Besides their ferocity, is their lethal poisons, venoms, and toxins. That's just the nature of it, and it may not even come in a form that you can understand. You know, sometimes, like if you're fighting a beast and it starts to bleed everywhere from battle wounds, and it gets on you, and you enter a blood craze, isn't that not poison? Makes you lose your senses, and you attack the nearest guy, which is an ally. The beasts are complicated. Same with insects, especially. Some of the most sought after creatures are serpents, which most often than not are equipped with some sort of venom. Universe doesn't care. Universe is ruthless and brutal and aloof to it all. Maybe except for like the most chosenest of chosen.
Master, something I've thought about recently has been the difference in between a life that has been paved for you to where it's easy and you get to the top in an easy manner.
Mhm.
And the feeling of, or well, I assume the feeling of joy is to where it's just like, I did it, but it was easy versus the person getting thrown down every chance, and the struggle and the I did it.
Mhm.
I know at the end of the day, the person that fought for it, the not paved road, is a better joy. I don't like all the suffering up to that point. I don't feel that I can't say that. I know it's needed to breed real strength. It just adds a level of sorrow to it all that I
You'll
wish
need
didn't
to
have to exist.
you'll need to breathe that in. You need to be comfortable with some of the darker expressions of the mind and the spirit. This is good because I'm also here to watch over you. I wasn't going to let them kill you, let alone harm you. If you decided to resist, that's what you choose. We get stuck in. I fuck some people up. But this is also a good experience. You also get to see the inside of part of the prison. You get to see, people, the due process or lack thereof. What's the strength of the bars? What's the patrol? What's the average, strength of each of the guards? What is this place made of? Does it have wards? Is there a protective or defensive array?
The Chenpo will smile and stand up and uh, look at it all as training.
Yeah, but also worldly experience is far more important. Worldly experience it cannot be comprehended in how important it is. People who cultivate in isolation, yes, there's extreme merit to it. If you have a lot of worldly experience and insights and enlightenment, isolated cultivation is good for you. So you can process all of that. But all this crap people are doing nowadays, the easy road of just intaking stuff and meditating over it, not good at all. Always mix the intake of new energies and new power with worldly experience. And this sorrow is going to be important later. Because when you cultivate to the big boy tier, where these people become ants or grains of sand to you, you will need to understand sorrow. You'll need to understand frustration, despair, sadness, loss. You need to understand these things and be able to process them, because when they come to you and they hit you like a freight train from an angle you weren't expecting during your weakest moment, during your biggest cultivation yet, it'll run you over and you will die. That's why these people will never go anywhere. This is where they live. This is where they will be for generations and generations. Nobodies. And they have their little smidgen of power over you right now. But they are not even going to be a blip that you remember down the line when you make it that far.
Oh.
Now I'm going to tell you a secret.
That's a lot coming from you.
Mm-hmm.
I listen intently.
Okay. The struggles and hardships of those who seek immortality are beyond measure and beyond count. Most won't make it. Because you are cultivating doesn't mean you're immortal. It makes you more mortal than ever. You are desperate, in search of something that you are not meant to have, shouldn't have, and every step is fraught with peril, conflict, and difficulty. cultivation is the congregation? No. Cumulative acquisition of more. But in taking in more, you become more of yourself. Expressions of pride, arrogance, or envy, greed, are magnified. Especially when you haven't trained the mind and the spirit to compensate for those powerful expressions, the even more powerful expressions of your base emotions. That's why cultivating the mind and spirit are so essential. In fact, if they ever get ahead of the body, that's perfectly fine. But if the body gets ahead of the mind and spirit, that can be dangerous. Most of these people here don't understand true spiritualization, or spiritualism, or mentality. They're physical cultivators. They intake power every which step they can. They eat it greedily, readily, and immediately. This makes them doomed from the start. And some can feel it in their chest. They may be on top of the world in this very small puddle, maybe a raindrop. But
Big
the
fish,
cultivation,
little pond.
not even big fish.
Ugh.
No. Think amoeba in a raindrop. Packed full of amoeba. But even the bug is bigger than that and will eat the raindrop for sustenance. And inside the raindrop are the amoebas. And then something bigger eats the bug, and so on and so on and so on.
I am trying to find the meaning and the value in the secret. The look. We talked about spiritualism and lack of. My train of thought got lost. I was absorbing and then I wasn't.
Point of the secret is most of these people feel deep down that they'll never go anywhere, despite all their efforts, despite all their advantages, despite everything. And they, deep down, subconsciously, project out on others that they see could make it, that have an advantage they don't.
So don't take this.
Don't take it personally.
Hmm.
To be envious or jealous of another is commonplace in the path.
I'm not doing wrong by being a poison cultivator. I am strong, and they want to repress it because I am strong and they fear it. Don't take it personally.
Don't take it personally. But don't suppress what you feel. Understand it. Internalize it.
How long would you recommend that I stay here before I, well, because I mean, I'm guessing they'd keep me here for a while, and Savalaire is not done with his tournament. Mm. I guess whenever my friends say, "Hey, we're done," by then, be ready to break out.
I'll be here. You can use this time to meditate. You can use this time to try and trick the guards or repent or understand the process. We could break you out. You could poison everybody and prove them right, but at the same time, just be like, you can't contain me. It's how you play it.
Understood.
The poisons you have already are, if you use an advanced poison, most of these cultivators won't be able to handle it. No, not even advanced. Intermediary poison would work. Advanced poison would almost be too much.
Is there such a thing as meditating on poison?
Mm,
Also,
Or you could play a a trick on them and enter your vault, which removes you from this place. They'll panic.
I'm kind of interested in my poison advancements, as I haven't used any field work yet. I haven't applied what I've learned yet to any of my active and applied researches. And if anywhere, a prison might be a good place to test.
They didn't take anything from him, right? Like classic
They put
normal
cuts on
imprisonment
you.
of a protagonist, where
Yeah, no, they just put manacles on him. Basically, this big instead of like metal, it's the wooden board with the 2 holes in it. That's enchanted. But they didn't take any of your gear.
I will perform research on the study of breath, beating hearts, and the circulation of life sustaining resources and energies, as I have done all the reading of the book, but I guess so active and applied research of study of breath. With it being a research, I state what I want to do, say an XP level, and roll and see what happens.
Up
Right?
to you. I will be here. What do you choose? I'm not gonna let this stepping stone of a place be your downfall. Unless, of course, you are the one who engineers it.
That would be. Don't want to engineer
I'm
my
more,
own downfall.
I'm more talking about eat the wrong thing, cultivate the wrong thing, like mess up your cultivation. Not as in somebody comes out and wants you dead. No, we're not here.
Ready? Study of breath, active and applied research. Well, let's find a good target, I guess. But also, what would I use? Um, I want to hop to my poison vault, just bloop, and see about creating something that would embody the study of breath within the book, and or what a good poison would be, and to apply research to it, and figuring out how I would apply that, if that is okay.
I'll be here.
Alrighty, off to the poison vault.
Yeah. Get yourself a secret point because Doorkeeper gave you one.
Yay!
Told you a secret.
Okay, 2 points. Yay! um. mm, Mini lore keeper. Assuming I'm in the poison vault now. Is Mini Lower Keeper there?
They said, hey.
Okay. Oh, my bad. I didn't catch that part. Um, with active and applied research, should I test this stuff on myself first? I realize going down the poison path, you expose yourself to poisons, but I'm not sure if that qualifies. If poisoning myself, for one, is qualified for that research, or if it's just a level of, well, you're doing something.
Don't you also have to try like a bunch of poisons in sequence to get your poison lust going?
That's also true.
Many
But
Lord
that's
Keeper
also
will ask a simple question.
Mm.
Are you... This really just hinges around if you're going to practice steroid poison lust or not. Because if you aren't, then yes, you will be poisoning yourself often. If you are going to practice it, wait. Because you're not poisoning yourself anymore, you're more cultivating through poison.
I want to go down the poison lust one, as I feel that it would be a waste to not, as it's just right there. It
Just
feels
because
like
it's right there doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. This is what the big me was talking about earlier. You absolutely can screw up your cultivation by picking the wrong thing to study and practice. Because certain things, there are no take-backsies. Once you cultivate it, that's it. It connects itself to many different aspects or parts of you. And if you remove it, all those other things that it has latched onto come with it. Basically crippling yourself.
I feel like that's very close to my spirit bone.
Sure. I mean, I'm not saying no. I'm just pointing out a conversation we just recently had. You know?
It
So,
feels like poison lust is, in short, the end of that path. And while I did mention the path already being paved and how that's the easier one,
yeah.
how can how could you walk up to the end game and say, well, this is one of them, and not at least try to jump for it? Maybe I'm just weak for that, but don't
Well,
poison myself.
well, if you're going to do poison lust, don't poison yourself. Because you'll be doing a lot of that later. But only after you've, well, done the book.
Isn't the book doing like 1,000 poisons on yourself? I thought.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a thing for 1,000 poisons that you will be using on yourself.
Like I made 100 of them, but they were the little ones. Um, Active and applied research on other patients. And oh, okay. Let's find some really, really bad guys and some really heinous ways to breathe in. I think that's what active and applied research would then be. So let's start with an irritant. Um, I would like to, as active and applied research, creating a breathe in lung irritant that just makes it itchy, I guess, hard to breathe. Um, the part of it that's research and defining a set XP limit I don't know, because to me, I would say like, okay, well, create the poison and then test the poison and then study the effects of the poison would be the research. If Would that be agreeable, or is that like, yes, that is research?
I mean, there's a lot of research that's already been done to some of these books, but there's also merit in just doing it yourself instead of taking somebody else's written research. Because maybe resources are different, methodology is different, mentality is different. So you could search through books here, or yeah, you could start a research on your own.
Oh, well, I thought the active and applied had to be me actively doing creation, or creation and poisoning. Otherwise, it wouldn't count. If I could study other research, it might be easier.
Yeah, it'd be training if you read another book versus research by coming up with your own, like, test.
Hmm. All right. Well, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be here. But we'll see if I can find some really nasty guards, some really nasty prisoners, and see if I can just break out of cells at certain points in the night and do some tests. All right. Would you want me to roll basic poisons to create something that would irritate the lungs, or would you want me to
Yeah, just a
train up?
basic poison roll. Well, you
Okay.
already have that particular poison of the basic variety
Yeah.
in like multiple instances. It's not lethal. It's just an irritant. It's like having asthma.
Yeah. With the with that book, because I believe that one was starting to get into slightly more advanced things, because the Humbling Path was the basic book. I'm not sure if you want stronger poison or not.
If you're trying to make it stronger,
I'm not sure if basic poison is enough to qualify for the study of breath as active and applied research.
that's active and applied research, especially in an area in which it would actually yield results.
Understood. Okay. Then yes, I will make a basic poison roll to create said poison. And 5 off. Bastard. We're going to go ahead and use a poison key to re-roll that.
Poison fate point.
Yes, poison fate point. My bad. The only one that I have of it. See if that makes this basic poison roll a little bit easier. Hey.
I would have just used key, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. Because what was it? Key would have been 5. Can I take that back, or is it too late?
You can take it back.
Makes it just a success. Spending 1 key point, which is 5, right? Because 5 would make it just enough.
To make it, it's a basic poison. It's fine as long as you pass the roll.
Yes.
The more advanced stuff that gets difficult.
Alrighty. Then poison made. Going to spend, I guess, gonna see how strong the bars are, or if there's anything Or actually, I mean, I guess I could spend some time creating a poison for the lock.
And for the lock on the
Yeah, on myself.
yeah. What about the lock on your manacles? Because you still have that when you go into the room.
How does
Manacles.
Tree Buddies feel about these manacles on my wrist?
He'll eat them.
Well, let's see. I do want to see if I can make a poison for the lock on these wrists as much as I do. I'm just like, Tree Buddy can eat them if he needs to. Would this be basic poison or would this be a more advanced poison? And also, I do not yet have anything past basic poisons as a scholastic skill. What would you, if it is advanced poison skill, what would you want me to roll to find that skill or cultivate that skill?
Which one?
A poison that could poison the locks that are on my wrists. So the
That's
cuffs.
just a
Basic
corrosive.
corrosive.
So an acid, and it's not really it's not a skill roll for a single poison. You're using a school. So you have some light acids in your basic set.
Alrighty. Mm-hmm.
Which is really hard to make with the manacles on.
Yeah. Um. Let's see. Can I do a roll at a negative for that, or do I already have it? Is it something I already have that I can just apply?
I mean, you made each of them, remember?
Yes.
So you have it.
Okay.
So you can use one of them. You'll just have to replace it later.
Gotcha. I'll use it, and then I can just roll and replace it now. Just be like, nope, got the set.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Erode this lock and then a basic poison roll to replace it. Hey.
Okay. Yeah. As long as you pass the roll.
I did not spell corrosive right, but
Corrosis. Maybe we can make that up as something later.
mhm. I will spend this time sitting and waiting and observing guard motions, and finding things out before I try to actually poison somebody.
The irritation, you would need somewhere to circulate it so that it spreads, or you just need to make a lot of it.
Gotcha.
Because if it's a small dose, it would really only affect one person,
Nope.
unless you can get it to circulate.
And it's not a sickness, it's a poison, so repopulating the cells is more sickness than poison. I can't make it spread host to host.
This stuff doesn't really spread host to
Yeah.
hosts.
Yeah.
The first person they get a kind of a mild to medium kind of moment of asthma, and then other people just get allergies.
So I need to find the AC unit, if there is one.
Which they don't.
They don't. They don't have an AC unit?
No.
Okay.
Most of the cultivator people don't suffer from discomfort due to hot or cold in a small manner.
Does this prison have something that circulates air in any way? Is there a ceiling fan?
Nope.
Nope.
They have open windows to let the natural air do it. But sometimes it's not reliable.
Well, I could make a really big batch of it and put it on the windowsills of every window. Then sorry, getting attacked by a bit of cough myself.
You're supposed to poison other people, not yourself.
It's the risk every time. I guess I could just find some windowsills, but that's going to be me getting out on a good note. It'd be me getting out, putting it on the outside of the windowsills, and returning, and then seeing what happens. Or I could just throw it in somebody's face as pocket sand.
Yeah, you're good.
Pocket poison. And I think, well, I feel like if it's an inmate, I might be able to get away with that without too much harassment. If it's a guard, I think they're going to be upset with me. If I can make it look like it wasn't me, that'd be preferable. Um, I'm going to ask for a guard.
Roll luck.
Luck. Just a 1d100.
Yeah. Yeah. 50 or lower.
18.
One of them comes over almost like they've been selected by the group. And he's like, "What?" He has a cloth over his face and nose, his mouth and nose, like, ugh. As if you smell.
Are you sick?
No, I don't want to get anything from you.
Not even knowledge.
Especially not that.
Yeah. Well, ignorance is bliss.
Some knowledges are evil. I will not allow you to foist your evil on me.
What have you ever learned that was just evil?
Just evil?
What qualifies as an evil thing to know?
Demonic practitioners are evil, especially in the way they go about cultivating. There's no honor or dignity.
So you already know about an evil thing. Does that not then make you evil?
I know of an evil thing,
Sure.
correctly taught at the university. We know of the hazards to look out for, but we don't need to know the intricacies of those evil techniques, lest that corrupt and corrode the mind.
You see,
Don't know if you're trying to put mind poison on me. I won't allow it. I'm not going to fall for your tricks. Poison practitioners are full of deceit and lies, cunning and trickery.
Chunpo just has to laugh. Mind poison.
You get a whisper from Lorekeeper. It exists.
Fair enough. If I feel that the only poison of the mind, whispering back to Lorekeeper, I know this isn't real, would be free will. choose what you wish to do with the knowledge that you gain.
And
The only
I
good-
choose not to indulge you any further. Goodbye.
You're not cheap if you don't want to be.
Yeah, he just leaves.
Yeah.
Lord Keeper has a little bit of a chuckle for themselves.
Mm.
See,
Ah,
look, not all cultivators or security forces or just people are that. I wouldn't say dumb because they're not a dumb person. I think ignorant would be the correct one.
Mm.
There's also the culture aspect. You always got to respect that because there's a lot of these people have presented an alternative, would have maybe picked something different or gone a different route, but because they're born here and the culture is so deeply embedded, it's almost not their fault. They don't get a choice, especially if they want to live well. So.
I wonder how Savalera's next match is. Fairly certainly would have happened right after this.
I mean, did you want to go watch?
I mean, yeah.
All right.
Cardboard cutout for the win.
Yeah. They're kind of Doorkeeper's going to move you over for the match, but then put you back.
Nice.
All right, Mr. Lyron, what are you doing in the meantime?
Well,
got
I've
arrested.
only
Oh!
he got arrested. Both of his party members have "You Got This, fam."
Yeah.
So I guess I'll just. We got. I'll reinvest the Heaven and Earth crystals that were bet on Lar in the next match for the old man. Oh, don't worry, Lar. I'm sure our companion will be fine. He's got this.
Well, he does have this. It's true. It's just such a shame that they decide to, just take him away like that. I don't feel good about it. But I'm sure we'll see him
especially
soon.
because he's going to miss you next match.
I know. I was hoping you guys would be able to see it, but
Oh, well, I will be able to.
I know. At least I have you.
Well, not see it, but I'll be here for you.
Yes. Alrighty. Well, I guess time to take a little break from that. Rest up. Pray to my goddess. And get ready for the next match.
Do I spot the old man in the arena? Or did I beforehand? Or same thing, he might be here, he might not.
He may be here, he may not.
Okay. Be careful with him. I think he does stuff with friction or weight or something. Though I don't think weight would be an issue for that giant boulder of a man that he fought, so...
Yeah, I'm trying to think of my different ways I could go about doing this this next fight. I'm gonna have to try and go for a tie, honestly.
Perhaps. I don't know how you're going to do that, but... you've got this.
Mm. Yes.
Well... I'm just going to go get some more food and bet on you again.
All right.
See you in the arena. Well, yes.
Shit, that's right. I didn't collect the winnings.
Don't worry. Lyron's got it.
Nice.
Do I? Can I collect the winnings for my Dow companion?
Sure.
Okay, cool. And I'll reinvest under his name too.
He wants to double down.
I'm doubling down.
Pretty sure
Is the old man favored for this fight still?
No, Lyron is.
Savalera.
Whoa.
Lyron, yeah, that's the one. Lyron,
Wow,
you're favored
okay.
for the fight, even though you're not participating.
Like, wait, why can I bet on myself? Well, I can't because it's me, but
I feel like there could be a story of it's just like who's favored to win this ancient Roman Colosseum fight. Emperor Nero.
Oh, I see. It's 1,000 to 1 odds that Lyran doesn't lose the next fight because he's not in it.
What can I do to prepare for this next match?
Rub some oil on yourself. Become less friction.
Hmm. Hmm.
What variety of food stalls are around this place?
All different varieties.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make an awareness check to see where my nose leads me. Kun.
Every which way. You end up with a hodgepodge of just
Stuff.
stuff. Anything that suited your fancy, you're like, ooh, yeah, I'm adding this to the plate. And your plate is stacked up comically like an anime character. It's at least a foot tall.
Oh, I can go further than that with movement mechanics, keeping it perfectly balanced.
Yep. It depends on how much you want to spend, but a lot of the street food is very good, and very cheap.
And I can eat a lot.
Yeah, at each of the outlying arenas, there are no gold establishments. There's like maybe one or two silver establishments in the outlying arenas, which are kind of like sit-down bars.
All right.
But everything else is just concessions and food stalls.
Hmm.
Well,
Lyra,
Lyron's
I'm
got
quite
like a.
hungry. Can you bring me something back?
Oh, well, I'm already working on bringing a plate back. You can have some of
good.
mine. I get back with like a 2-foot tall plate of foods. Ha, I'm sure Poe is having a good time with his food.
Prison food. I've heard good things about it.
Well, that's good.
Only the best quality.
All those hot dogs.
the
Mm.
the not finished hot dog. So like the you have all the ingredients, but it's not in hot dog form.
Mm. Well, feel free to take a little bit from here for the food. Or I can get you another plate, or you can take this one and I'll go grab another one before your fight.
Savalair takes that one and just gobbles it all down.
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Okay. Well, Lyron's gonna go and spend the rest of his time collecting more food and probably get back right in time for the
I've been
fight.
famished after those fights.
Oh, I'm sure. It looks like you, well, exerted yourself quite a bit last fight.
Yeah.
Quite the punching bag.
Mm.
Cool.
I mean, if you used your fist, maybe, or if your fists were swords,
Quite the sorting bag.
that doesn't make it any better.
I'll get back with my food after getting Lars, and the fight probably is beginning. Poe's ahead of us in time right now, right? In the
No,
future.
he's gonna be able to view the fight. You guys still have the hour or two.
Wait, Poe's
between
going
the
to
two.
be able to?
Yeah, Poe is gonna be whisked over so they can watch, but then they're sent back to jail.
Oh, so they still want them to, because they gotta honor the tournament. It's very important.
No, Lore Keeper's gonna sneak them out so they can watch the fight, and then Lore Keeper's gonna put them back.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Cardboard cutout of Poe's just sitting in his cell during that time.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Sure enough. I'm guessing Poe's
Yeah.
not in the stands with us. Or he is, just puts the bubble back up. Like, oh, good, you're back.
Every time that he just like, oh, hey, we're arresting you, I come back, same freaking poison privacy thing.
Leave
Like,
me alone.
what?
Okay, fight time! Ding, ding, ding!
I think I'm going to use this downtime action to cultivate a bit. That's what I'll do.
Okay. Do it.
Alrighty. So I'm going to use even further beyond. And then we're going to add on a plus 20 for that. Nice. Initiatives.
Are you allowed to do tribulations in the middle of a fight? Is that legal?
Good question.
They have laws against that.
Yeah, they have laws against fighting on the streets normally too, probably.
Yep, they sure do. They have a lot of laws, turns out.
But is it against the tournament rules?
Yeah.
Oh,
They have rooms for that. If you're gonna if you can't suppress it, then you're disqualified.
so yeah, but fine. Can't use lightning bolts on people.
Yep. All right, man.
Would be funny. Why is this bronze cultivator coming in here? Oh, because I'm ready.
All right. So you roll that initiative. I think Luna wants outside for a moment. So I'll be back in a sec.
WALK.
All right. It is time.
For INITIATV DIV.
Yeah. They introduced the fighters.
Cool. And Laura will be back in a second.
She had to have a poo and a pee.
Yep, doggos.
There goes. Yes. Alrighty. So we're going to start out with an assess on this individual. Scrutinize. And I'm going to apply even further beyond. I'm going to apply my Eye of the Saba use on this Weaver's Eye.
Yep. So he's gonna spend a qigong, and as you look at him, he basically pokes your eyes with like a kid would, boink, and you're like, ow, why?
Ouch.
Yeah.
Well,
It's rude to pry into an old man's secrets.
well, at least you can prepare yourself for this kind of thing. It's good. Good to know who I'm dealing
Dealing with.
with. I wish to learn from your wisdom, old man.
What's your record?
My record? What do you mean?
What's
Savalair
your record at the tournament so far?
Savalair will spend a turn getting closer. Not my turn, my half action. And continue the free action of I've done 2 wins so far, and you'll be my third fight.
Well, wisdom dictates we call it a draw.
I agree, sir.
But
Shake
I
hands?
will point out,
Oh,
in fairness, there is going to most likely be an advantage for someone who gets 3 wins. But then there is the interesting side effect of pursuing 3 wins makes at least one more person unable to continue.
Mhm.
So do you want to seek that advantage, whatever form it may come in? Or do you want to call it a draw?
you have your 2 wins, correct?
No, I got one more fight tomorrow.
All right.
But you said you wanted to seek my wisdom, so that's my wisdom. Guarantees you into the next round. You won't get whatever that hidden advantage would be, but I doubt it's significant.
You're right. Losing one extra person. I mean, depending on who they're fated to be, I suppose that would make things interesting. But no, I think we should call it a draw.
Okay. Ref, we've agreed on a draw. Just check the rule. Mr. Dar?
Yes, I concur. A draw.
Then draw it so shall be. 1 point to each of you.
Savalair will go to shake his hand. Why, thank you, sir.
He just kind of nods the brim of his hat, like there's a little hat tip.
I understand.
Sorry, I don't really do the shaking of hands, but I appreciate the gesture.
Oh no, it's fine. You know, each their own. I do not. That is completely fair. Well, when is your match next?
It'll be tomorrow morning. I like morning fights. The air is nice and brisk, crisp. A good morning breakfast, some tea, and then a good fight.
I actually prefer tea myself. I like to. It's my preferred way of beverage is the tea.
I don't have anything else to do today. Are you done for the day?
I am, yes.
Well, let's go to a tea house then.
That sounds great.
Alrighty. And a bunch of people are like, what bullshit is this? A lot of people lost their money.
I'm putting that around. I'm sorry. I told you.
Some people like are sitting there going, "I made it rich, bitches! I called it was gonna be a draw." And there's people that hate that guy immediately.
Win
Let's
some,
see.
lose
That would
some.
be an insider bet. Can't do that.
So, you do get a little bit of insight from the from Vicarious Lyron.
Okay.
It's over little things too. Three things that Vicarious says you should identify. See what you can, they'll inform you of the rest. So go ahead and roll me some observational tests.
On the old man?
Yep. Or just on the fight in general.
And
Or
good
the
thing you can't
interaction
get your
of-
eyes poked out.
No,
Huh?
just poked, not poked out. Poked out means they stabbed
Right.
it so hard, and when they pulled their fingers back,
Yeah,
the
Good thing
eyeballs
you
came
can't
with
get
it.
your eyes
I'll do
poked.
General awareness first
Okay.
to scope out just sonically what's going on.
Okay.
Are his movements interesting?
Yeah. He walked into the arena already sword drawn and already the cut done. The moment he stepped into the arena, he's already drawn the sword and cut Lyron or Lar. Keep getting your fucking names confused.
Sorry.
But it looks like he's never drawn the blade, and you kind of have this like iron taste in your mouth as if you've been cut just by kind of observing that. He also weirdly enough refuses to shake a hand, but he does exchange pleasantries. And he's definitely quick as a sword draw, but he's kind of slow.
Did I hear the sound of a perfect cut?
No, it is an imperceptible cut. It cannot be heard, seen, felt. It cannot be perceived by the senses, except by kind of a weird, like, it can only be sensed through knowledge of the sword, which is kind of what you're using. So you don't hear it. You know it's there. You know its shape. You know that it has been drawn. It has been swung. But you can't hear it. And it helps that you can't actually see with eyes. It's just you're sensing it through your understanding of the sword itself. It makes it more scary, because if you're not a weapon practitioner, this cannot be blocked or defended.
Well, based on initial just observations, Lars should have won. He attacked before the duel started.
No, I'm talking to the old man. Old man did that.
Yeah, I'm telling that to V as he was telling me.
Lars
to
should have
say.
lost, not won.
No, because the old man attacked before the round started. Before he stepped into the arena.
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Though
What else?
I didn't really sense the swing. I'm going to do a sixth sense check as well.
You probably noticed the qigong usage, maybe.
Yeah.
I might with a sixth sense check. And because I'm just trying to sense energy, I suppose, with this. So like the qigong usage and specifically what it is.
The qigong.
Let's see.
It's
Yeah.
either sage or hermit qigong energy, which are very private individuals. They have obsessive energy.
He utilized some qigong of either the sage or hermit variety. Or something tastes like that, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, do I notice when Lara's using Weaver's Eye with a sixth sense? Okay. He was able to perceive that Lar was trying to assess him and stopped him, too.
That's the path of the hermit. Or the wily sage. Both are individuals who value their privacy. The first, you're correct. There's a sword that has been drawn, a sword that has been swung. You ever heard of ray tracing?
No. In character, no, I have not.
So, he has visualized a strike so potently, so absolutely, that it is real, but not. And it merely takes a change of mindset and a small movement of action, a commitment of action, to make it real. Sword intent.
Yes,
Good
but if the
catch.
judge noticed that, the sage should have
It
lost.
doesn't count as a strike.
Oh.
Not yet.
Yes, but if he
that
decided
hasn't.
to,
He
then
would
he
have
would have done
waited.
it beforehand.
No, he would have waited until the match is declared open, and he could have struck then. But even after that has been declared, they have not. They held it. Maybe assessing a different strike, a follow-up.
And they decided on a draw, which is also telling that the old man wants Law in the tournament still.
Politeness actually won him that. Humbleness and politeness got him the draw. That is a veteran of the sword, and they are more than willing to push aside a few youngsters to get what they want. They're from an older breed of cultivator who really doesn't care about the development of younger martial artists. They would consider them more weeds and pests than actually talent worth preserving. It looks like his way of differentiating worthy talent and upcoming cultivators in the of youth and pests, a difference of manners.
Also, I noticed another thing about his strike. It wasn't just directed at Lar. Because it kind of felt like he had struck me as well, or intended to.
You observed it, yes. It's a causality of coming in contact with sword intent. It marks you.
So if you're unable to observe it, then the sword intent, if
Still
your
cuts you.
lack of observation is strong enough, might not be able to, though.
No. Unless you practice the art of ignorance and oblivious, what you do not understand or are ignorant of absolutely can kill you and hurt you.
Well, I'm saying not me specifically, but if somebody went down that path far enough, they could counter
absolutely.
that.
If I don't see it or perceive it, then it doesn't exist, and then it doesn't work. Yes.
See, now that's a scary one to also fight.
Sure, but you'd have to practice it so diligently, so purposefully, and so completely that it's difficult to change the mindset of ignorance.
So was that what you were hoping I would have gotten out of that interaction?
No, there's a couple other things. You did see one of the main interactions that I wanted you to see. You can tell an older cultivator by a couple actions that they take or don't take. One of which is the aversion to shaking hands. Older cultivators will never shake your hand unless it is going to be a show of strength. Because shaking hands means you are coming in contact with me directly. And now our DAOs are going to have at with it. Especially if those DAOs clash. The DAOs, when practiced to a certain point, express themselves. Sometimes even when you don't want them to. But usually, a handshake for a cultivator is just a different type of spar. Especially for sword cultivators. You can tell a lot about a sword cultivator by shaking their hand.
Okay.
Calluses, the shape, how rough it is, how big their hand is, the individual finger strength, let alone hand strength, the palm strength, wrist strength, forearm. You can tell hundreds of different little itty-bitty details that add up to a very sophisticated picture if you know how to extract that data and compile it into usable information. And sword cultivators, or the weapon cultivators, can do that instinctually because of understanding, enlightenment, and training experience. Shake one's hand is to tell the other guy a lot about yourself. A lot about your Dao, how you see the sword, how you use the sword, how good you are at the sword. But also, if you are a weapon cultivator and the other is a weapon cultivator, you will exchange several blows through your Dao. It's inevitable. If you practice the sword so profoundly, everything is a clash of blades. Even a shaking of hands.
I believe this old man could win the tournament if he really wanted to.
I don't know why they're here, or how he got in. But there might be other hidden monsters in the lineup. They
I
are here
also
for a purpose.
don't think that he's below black gold in cultivation.
I don't think so either. I think he's using a cultivation suppression method to keep it at black gold. Or is it suppressing it down to the hidden stage above black gold but before mountain climber? There's one other thing with especially your observation that you just pointed out. How slow he was.
Well, if the sword intent is already in place, it doesn't matter how quickly he's moving.
Does, very much.
Oh. Well, also, out of character, wouldn't Lar have noticed the sword intent with his Dharmakai?
He got his eyes poked.
Oh, right. Well, he got his eyes poked once when he entered the arena, but the sword intent was in place before he entered.
Gotta ask for it.
True.
Also, what does that look like on the Dharma scale? Like,
I guess
there's
you
some
also
really
wouldn't
weird
know
flowing energy.
how to read or how to understand all of his sight there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, the Dharma sight could see it. It just looks like a very casual but sharp energy and pattern of polygons. But if you've never seen it before or been told what it is,
But the Dharmakai wasn't polygons.
It's energy,
Like
but the
Combination
polygons are
of
still
both
there.
eyes. Combination
Yeah.
of both eyes. Yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of energy moving around this city too. You can even consider it energy rich or even polluted, just like cities have light pollution. Major cultivator cities have energy pollution. Same with Shadowrun in like Hong Kong. Magic pollution. It's really hard to tell who casts
Unless
what.
you've practiced it.
Yeah, unless you practice it.
True enough.
Yeah. So there is a foundational technique called the sloth step. It is completely opposite of every other orthodox sword foundation, like swift sword, heavy sword, cunning sword. Sloth sword is one that takes their time. Everything is slow, and it's really jarring. But I don't think that's the only thing he practices. I think he combines sloth sword foundation with a quick draw style. He's already well drawn and cut you well before you even realize you're fighting. So that when he needs to actually cut you in a real fight, he's already done so. But if you end up departing amiably, amicably?
The guy that works.
Yeah, amiable, amicable. Yeah. Damn, English has too many words. Then he never cut you.
Well, I think I need to convey this sword intent thing to Law, as he does things with people's swords. Maybe he can attack the sword intent itself.
He will need to go much farther to understand sword intent. But knowing it's there could either be a torment or a driving goal.
Now, do non-practiced, or I guess less masterful sword users have sword intent? Somebody you just hand a sword and doesn't know how to use it?
No, not unless you're blessed by some sort of fate or fortune, some sort of inheritance or legacy or special physique or mentality. That would be 1 in a billion people. And even then, most don't even, who do have it, no one finds them. And there's some farmer or merchant son or someone who never ends up wielding the blade despite their gift for it. The first step is actually accumulating sword energy. And once you have full mastery of sword energy, you can make a sword out of your energy alone, let alone the sword itself. And then you make a sword with your mind and a sword with your spirit. And then there are several stages after that. And once you have finally honed your swords to the point of let's say a certain level of mastery, only then will you be on the trail to earning sword intent. It's a long journey. You're only considered a real swordsman once you've had that, once you've acquired it. Just like calling yourself a real cultivator requires you to have a successful golden core. Everyone else is amateurs. Wannabes. Nobodies.
Would having no sword intent be an advantage against somebody who does, though, sometimes? Because if they can,
No,
if they
never.
haven't and they can see it, then
You can't parry it. No, not with a normal sword. You would need a sword infused with spiritualism.
Sure, but they could see what your actions would be beforehand if they can read your sword intent.
That's to say you can read it at all. Let alone stop it. Just because you can see it doesn't mean you can prevent it.
I'm talking about if you're attacking the old man without sword intent versus with. Wouldn't that be an advantage with him?
If you were to attack him with sword intent, you would actually be on equal footing, at least on the exchange. But if you attack him without sword intent, you would have to have some sort of qigong sword style that is mystical, enshrouding, puzzling illusion. You need some sort of muddling technique that prevents him from reading the sword's movements. Because a person who's acquired sword intent can see a sword or any weapon's movement in slow motion. He can see where it will be, where it has been, how well you've practiced it, just by your stance.
What about that swing that you taught me? Would that be able to hit him?
No. No, it wouldn't. But he would have to parry. It wouldn't be so easy to get out of the way. He'd have to intercept it. Because if it succeeded in its full arc, it would cut him. The problem with that particular technique is it can be intercepted mid-motion, which is what he would have to do, which is what he would do. Or he'd cut you right in the middle of you attempting to cut him, and he would be faster.
Sure.
But yes, the sword technique I have taught you will cut him. He just has the means to act quick enough to prevent you from completing the swing. Also, I'm teaching you to move mechanically perfect.
Which, I mean, would that help?
Yes. It means you are mechanically perfect in your ability to hit him, which means he cannot exploit that particular weakness because it doesn't exist.
Well, it does for the moment, considering I can't
Barely.
control my whole body at once.
For now.
Well, that was very insightful.
Good.
Lyron!
Oh yes,
let's go
hello.
get some tea.
Tea?
Yes, for a successful tie.
I could use some caffeine.
Oh, yes. Chung Po! Where have you been?
Gets whisked away like immediately afterward.
Oh, bye,
Or-
Chung Po!
Or is he still
Sometimes.
being stolen away long enough for tea?
Yeah. Well, I'm just like, I think I get there. It's just like, it's a draw. Oh, dang it. Well, do I have to go back to jail now? Can I just stay out or?
But
that
Poe,
what
that
you
was the
wish?
most interesting fight that I've seen the whole tournament so far.
Oh, you gotta watch it too.
I got a what?
You got to watch. Lore Keeper took you to watch the fight, and then you're like, Master, do I have to go back?
Yeah.
Like, if you want to. I'd prefer to put you back.
Okay. I will
But
trust your judgment.
if you desire not to, then that is what we'll do.
I will trust your judgment.
The consequences are minor. The purpose of putting you back would to be honing your mentality of frustration, sorrow, honing your anger so you can control it, understanding their foolishness, and maybe understanding their culture a little bit better. They reveal themselves even without realizing it. Even without explaining it, they're telling you everything you need to know about what they view, about the culture here, about their fears. But you're also in a better mood, so perhaps that moment is over. Perhaps it is for another time. Your choice. I would have to make you sad again for it to count.
Well, that's just okay.
I would tell you something that might cause a little bit of existential dread, and then you would be contemplative and in the right mental mood. A secret you might not want, and that'll get you just exactly where you need to be to hone your mentality. But there will be plenty of opportunities for just that. So.
Ooh, I've got a
Your
good
choice.
one.
Let him
Life
choose
is
first.
meaningless.
Let him choose first. Do you want to go back and hone your mentality, or do you wish to go with your dark companions? Both are equally valid.
Well, let's see. With this, Savalaire has passed the into the next bracket.
Yes, happy about that.
Yeah. What's left for the tournament? Like, how many of these? Like, how many? Look, I'm
4
assuming that
rounds, 1 week
4
each.
rounds. Already. Well, I will be there for each fight, but I think it's a good idea if I go back every time.
Very well. If you think you can, Mr. Lyron, please put my disciple in a dour mood.
Oh, yes, of course. Poe,
Yes.
your path is meaningless and will never change anything in the grand cosmic scale of the universe. Everything will end eventually in a homogeneous soup of equal energy.
Return to chaos theory. Very advanced. Although, just speaking of the topic doesn't really even broach a fraction of a percent about the secrets that lie within that particular theory.
Oh, secrets.
Oh, one of the most important ones of all. If you can find any answers, true ones, or even the correct question to ask to seek answers for, even the questions themselves are secrets.
Hmm. Well, now I'm in a dour mood. I need some tea.
Well, you can go with Mr. Lar and have tea with the old man, or you can come with me and you can have tea with Poe in jail.
I had some questions to ask of the old man.
Very well. All right, Poe. This way.
Thanks for coming to watch, Chungpo. I'll see you soon.
You reappear, and then there's somebody in the cell like poking your cutout, your cardboard cutout, and then they're just poking your head, and they're like, "Oh my God, what is that? Some sort of ninjutsu?"
Surprise! As Chungpo immediately goes to mute.
No.
I apologize. My partner had called me. They are on lunch right now, and so I'm just kind of bouncing in between. I'm just like, okay.
No, go ahead and talk to your dad. We will come back to you.
Okay,
Partner?
cool. Thank you. Yeah, partner, not dad.
Oh, partner. Sorry.
Well, I mean, depends on what state you're in, you know?
So I just want to thank you, Matt. Thank you for the fights. It was fun to do that.
You did really good. You have a very dangerous character. Those
Oh, yeah.
are not easy opponents.
Yeah. I had to think outside the box, and I'm glad. Well, the thing is, I really wanted to be able to use some of the ones, the martial arts I've used, and combine it with my path with the sword, right? So
Yeah.
it's coming really fun there.
There's also the excellent use of narrative points to add a quality to the weapon. So
Alright.
potent and stacked that I just wasn't able to overcome that particular defense. And that's going to be one of your essential tools going forward.
I do
is
have that
that-
pool. Yeah, narrative
Yeah.
pool.
Only very specific characters, like Heaven's Favored or Heaven's Fortune, gets narrative points. Most other individuals that have anything close are the protagonist archetypes.
Well,
But
good
they
thing
have
we're
a different kind of narrative points.
Yeah, it's a different type of point use, but it's
for the hidden player narrative, hidden player archetypes.
Yep.
Cool. So I do want to do this next scene with you, but Luna is nipping at my heels here, wanting to go for a walk. So I was wondering if we could just postpone and go for the other two players, since I had a lot of time in the session anyway.
I was going to be joining you in the next scene, so we could just have Poe do his stuff then.
Well, Poe is having a conversation on the phone with their partner.
Oh, shoot.
I told them to.
Well, what I was saying is
Perhaps-
just skip it, like have it in the past, kind of go back to it. You know what I mean? Unless you wanted to learn stuff this second.
It might be relevant to what I'm doing next, or I
Yeah.
could just go and make some bad
How
decisions.
long will it take to do the walk?
I'll just do like 15 minutes, I'd say, just a short one to get her off my heels.
Okay.
Allie's in Halifax for her birthday, so she would usually be doing that this time. So right. So yeah.
Oh,
I
by
won't
the
be
way, you
very
need to
long.
send me
Wedding
your
invite?
wedding invitation and your registry of things
Yes.
you want, so I can see if I can find a sweet deal. Because I always like to find them deals.
Okay. Yes. I mean, I have your address. I just gotta send it.
Or just email or text.
We got the picture. I mean the
Hmm?
thing. We just need to send it out. So do
Are
that.
you flying
shortly.
out there?
Yes, I am flying out to Canada. We will be going.
Also,
I will need
congratulations
a
on the marriage.
little bit of help for details, but I think I can get that from the card invitation. But the sooner it's sent, the sooner I can.
Yep. We're planning to send it out this week.
Okay, because that way I can buy a ticket.
Yeah.
And I can
It
hopefully
is-
provide you a ride to the airport and back, but depends on what the best
Yeah.
cost of flights are.
It's
Well,
in 5 months, so yeah. No, sooner the better.
Also, the hotel, suit
Uh,
rentals.
So you're going to be staying at in the cabin with us.
Okay,
We
awesome.
have another room in there, so you don't have
That
to worry
really
about
helps,
paying
'cause
for that.
Hotel is. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter where you go. Hotel is like whoa.
You guys do have the luxury of using American dollars, but yeah, at the end of the day, you're
Okay, in the cabin, awesome. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Go do the 15-minute thing. I'm gonna do something with Mr. Lyron here.
Yeah.
On the way over.
Sounds good.
Okay.
See you soon.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Lyron.
Yes.
Let's have a little conversation with Vicarious on the way over.
Okay.
Because they use sound transmission technique. A very
speaking.
high level one to privately communicate with you.
Ooh. Can
Sound
I
transmission instead of sound communication, it's basically telepathy.
Can I guess, dissemble what they're doing and try to figure out how they're doing it without them specifically teaching me to impress Master?
Yeah, sure, if you'd like.
I am of Sounddow. I'm going to use a martial insight for sound, or a Dao insight for sound, to help me, I guess, figure this out while they're doing it. What kind of roll do you want for that?
Your choice.
Like, you can figure out the frequencies, which isn't quite what they're doing with sound there. Presumably, it's not actual, like, the same as vibration there. I'll just do an awareness check with a Dao insight and my 6 inspiration on top of that, so plus 60. So that's 39, 45 degrees of success. Wait, why did it roll
Okay.
twice?
It's a strange combination of honed mentalism and spiritualism kind of entwined, and it is passed through intent. Basically, they're thinking at you, and they want you to receive what they're thinking at you, and so thus their cultivation just sends it your way. It's very mystical, almost like qigong itself.
I've got my waveform Qigong, so I
Mhm.
might be able to.
You do pick it up. That's because of the waveform.
Okay. I'll communicate back to him in that way.
Okay. It requires a waveform qigong every time you do it because the cultivation difference is lacking. You
Yep.
haven't learned the technique, but you can.
Cool. Well, how does V start the conversation? So I haven't communicated back yet, but I'd like to impress him.
Their communication is very straightforward. Do observe the way he moves through the crowds and his movements, what he observes if you can. It'll be hard to for that one, but the way he perceives and moves around the world is also an indicator of enlightenment or insight. There's also form the questions in your mind of what you want to ask him well beforehand.
I suppose it could be taken advantage of then. I will use a qigong to respond back.
You get an assessing look. You get basically the most imperceptible of nods, like, good. You can add one imperceptible head nod next to
Okay.
your head pats.
Far more valuable. Where did I put the V thing? Then I guess I'll also observe that what the old man is doing there.
There.
As soon as I put the imperceptible head nod in my.
Of course.
Literally imperceptible because V doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
But you feel it.
Yep.
Okay, I'll make observations. So I guess just a basic awareness first. And then a sixth sense as well. Which presumably the old man will notice that I'm observing in that way, but. That's fine. He also probably noticed that I noticed the sword intent. As I was targeted by it.
If you don't try and push with extra senses to dig deep into his, cultivation, just watching how he moves doesn't seem to invoke his kind of perceptive defense.
I was using the sixth sense for the second roll.
You do get an eye poke from that one.
He just turns around and. Okay.
And since you have no eyeballs, it's a karate chop.
Wow.
Right on top of the head. Anime style. And you're like, ow!
Look, I just like the way you move.
Then observe. But don't look too closely. Those are my secrets. Alright?
Fair enough. So I guess I'll just continue to use awareness for the remainder of the. I'm assuming Sinus Science will also get me a karate chop, or worse now that he has warned me.
No, you just get the same karate chop. He's very patient.
Okay.
You just get those stacking head bruises like the anime characters and cartoon characters get?
Sure, I'm gonna do an awareness check to see if I notice how the heck he got over there to to karate chop me. Then
It's just a passive effect of one of his qigong innate intrinsics.
he just showed up
No,
next to me.
no, the actual just a ghostly hand karate chops you.
Okay, so he didn't move, or rather, he kept doing what he was doing.
But he was able to communicate with you briefly after he karate chopped you for after it happened.
I'm guessing it was not similar to the sound transmission.
No, it's weird.
Okay. So what do I gather from his movements?
He is a boat through the sea, or a creature on a forest path. It doesn't matter how chaotic the area is, he flows through it. He's very slow too. Like every movement is very lax, very casual. But he moves quickly through the crowd, but never too quickly, like he's rushing.
See, I kind of want to see what happens if I throw a pebble in his path, but could anger him. I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna throw a pebble in his path and see how he moves.
He steps on it and then mock trips and launches the pebble back at you, which then pops off of the top of your forehead.
Oh.
And it looks like he stumbled and he's like, oh, sorry, everyone. Just not watching where I'm going.
I figured you were gonna move out of the way, or I guess continue a path in such a way that it wouldn't have been in the path in the first place. That kind of hurt. Actually, yeah. Impressive fight you have there, by the way.
Which one?
The one that you just had with my Dow companion.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes the best fights never happen.
I suppose that's one way of saying it. So walk should be like 5 to 10 more minutes, I suppose.
Yeah, keep going. Unless you want to take a food, bathroom, drink break.
I
Bo
would.
is also returned, so.
So Bo can do it then. His things.
If needed, otherwise, break.
I guess up to Matt if he wants to cut over there until Lars back. I do actually want to try one more thing. I want to see if I can use the sound transmission in order to use my thermoacoustic effect without actually transmitting sound over to something. So I will use a waveform Qigong on said pebble and try to heat it up. Let me make a performance check. That's mastering that as well. Am I able to utilize it at all? So that'd be useful in like the vacuum of space.
Performance Specifically for just to kind of his cadence.
No.
Hmm.
This is unrelated to the old man. This is related to the sound transmission that I just picked
Mm.
up from my master. I'm trying to heat up a pebble using it without actually making noise with my thermoacoustic effect. So just
Well,
using the
depends on.
intent of sound on the pebble.
Well, it's still you just make it a sound wave that it's not perceptible by human ears, but yeah, it's still sound.
Okay.
Certain creatures could hear it, or certain instruments, or whatever. It's about frequency.
Yep.
You just make it so that it's not perceptible by human ears.
So it's not like the sound transmission that I just used beforehand, was it?
Mm-mm. No, the waveform doesn't cook it with sound; it cooks it with spiritualism in the form of wave frequencies.
So I used the waveform qigong with this as
Oh,
well.
then yeah,
Trying to
I thought you
use
were
the same
just
thing.
doing just performance using sound. If you use
No,
the waveform, yeah, it just cooks it with.
The intent of sound.
Yep,
Okay.
it is so vastly different.
Huh. I'll have to do something with this later. That one moment of conversation. I figured it out. A thing. Okay, cut to Poe. I'm going to be playing around with that a bit more. Is this sound transmission also a new sound that I've learned for my sound portfolio?
Yeah, it's an esoteric sound.
Okay. Neat.
That's pretty neat.
That's neat. And I guess
Mm-hmm.
somebody was poking your cardboard cutout when you teleported back in.
Yeah. Is- Can I help you?
Yep, you can go ahead.
Okay. I'm assuming a guard is poking the cardboard cutout.
Yeah, and then when you reappear and he pokes your forehead, he cries foul. It's like, what? Was this some sort of ninjutsu? Some sort of shadow exchange technique?
Uh, I mean, I'm sure that there's something like that exists, but not quite.
He exits the cell almost immediately once you start talking, though. It's like, covers his mouth and nose with a handkerchief.
What about the poison for your ears? Not covering those.
He looks completely panicked, slams the door, locks it, and runs off hurriedly. Lord Keeper's like, there you go. That's pretty funny. Also, there is sound poison, so just
Okay.
that's later. Don't worry about it. It's funny though.
There was, I believe, something about making me incredibly sad. Master?
Hmm.
I believe there was an aspect that you said about making me incredibly sad to anger
Oh,
and such.
what the answer didn't make you sad?
I'm sure the aspect of, oh, well, it all doesn't matter. And I can understand and accept it at the end of the day, but it doesn't affect me in the now as far as I have to be able to survive to tomorrow, even though it doesn't matter.
Hmm. Well, I'll let you think on this. And this is something you will need to come to terms with. Sooner the better. Not all cultivation is equal. And on the cosmic path, time is a gift. If you outpace your fellows, someday you'll have to come to terms with them passing on and you still surviving. Because the higher your cultivation, the longer you live. And if you curb your cultivation so that you can match to their pace, then you are wasting your talent. And it's not worth teaching you. It is fate that you will not all be equal. Early, yes. Later, especially on the cosmic road where you will be alive for a long time, it may be a short blip, but imagine you living 10,000 years longer than your companions. Or they never reach immortality, but you do. You'll have to come to terms that as a cultivator, people die. And not just from combat. They grow old. Sometimes they even realize that they can no longer cultivate in the way that, they used to. So they settle down, make a family, open up a house, a clan, a sect, just to try and pass off their knowledge, their expertise to establish a place of teaching, safety, tradition, creed, doctrine, legacy. But eventually, they will die. Especially if you reach immortality. Imagine that. Seeing generation after generation of friends you knew tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years ago. This is okay. Not everyone gets forever.
In the terms of nothing matters to begin with, I don't think anybody gets forever, except for maybe the Solicons, one of them being time, the other one being entropy.
And the other one being memory.
Yes.
And as long as the other two exist, so does that one. So, no, there are those who have infinite life.
I have a question on it all again.
Sure.
If lessening myself that way I can spend time with the people I care about makes me not worth it,
No,
but it doesn't matter anyway,
it's not what I said. I said matching your cultivation pace to the others who are definitely slower than yours and not reaching your potential is not worth it. Cultivating to your potential, which could be much faster than the others, still gives you time with them. I'm not saying don't spend time with them. I'm just saying don't match their cultivation pace. If you outpace them, keep that momentum. Momentum is some of the hardest things to build and hardest to keep. And if you lose momentum, you stall out. And that's when you stop as a cultivator. It's almost impossible to start it again. So if you have the opportunity to gain momentum and the others don't, you take it. You'll get as much time as you want with them. They are the ones who are lacking time, not you. Now, if you waste that time with them, Now we're going to have a conversation. Because if you have a ton of time and they realize they don't, not anymore, and they go settle down, you are not to spend your time with them. You are to help them a little bit. You are to say your goodbyes, and then you are to depart. Because you can't spend another 10,000 years not doing anything. That's losing momentum. But there's a lot of intricacies to this, and we will talk about it later. I doubt that the other masters will allow their apprentices to fall behind. I think this group will be very good. We're all a bit competitive, except for duality. Duality is a weird.
I'm sure there's a piece of duality that is very competitive.
Well, they are the most competitive of us all, and they also don't care simultaneously. So they're kind of in the middle, but I could be either at any time. It's hard to tell. But I doubt the others will fall behind.
A question about why masters take students if it feels very much like you are following us through our path and not continuing down your own path. I mean, like you went to a brothel and grabbed stories.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure, that is definitely beneficial for you, but at the same token, feel like it's kind of small game for you.
It is not. The amount of gain I acquire every second spent in your proximity is without calculable value. Taking on a disciple, especially one that engages you, that makes you think, that has you feel, especially as an old cultivator, one who has a lot of time, opens up a new experience. Because when you get down the line, you start to slow because the challenges fall away. Your Tao is so refined, so honed, and so built. It is hard to find enough bricks to add to the construct that makes any difference whatsoever. The risk stops becoming worth it. So how do we continue? Well, we need something new. Someone new. Someone to invest in. Someone to teach. Someone to give. Because as cultivators, all we do is take. I've been taking so long I almost forgot what it is to give. So, you're a blessing. Every moment. And none of my time is wasted.
What should I take from this prism then?
Take time. They're going to leave you alone and only interact with you only so much as, well, somebody's willing to risk it. They're so phobic of poison, so fearful. They might just leave you in here for the whole tournament and then let you go. Little do they know, I'll sneak you out whenever you want. Or you can sneak out on your own, or hell, if you want, you can just corrode the door and walk out. Are they going to stop you? Probably. They're going to threaten you and cite regulation, and I don't know, you form a prison break and do what you want. This is a small place. There's a lot of hidden entities, but it's really easy to get lost in a city like this. And a lot of these Orthodox folks really don't want to end up in the bowels of their own city, where it's unregulated, unpoliced, kind of lawless. You went 4 layers deep, didn't you?
Yes I did.
They don't even consider people on the 4th layer cultivators.
But
they don't even consider them people.
I Well, I have a couple of things. One thing I want to talk to Sabalair about with
Sure.
the filth cultivators and how it made me think of certain things and what failure truly is. But
Sure. Ruminate on
they,
those insights. Form it into thought. Form it into kind of an interesting line of inquiry where one question leads to another question. And then you have a giant pile of really good questions that you want to go solve. And then you both all go do it.
a small quote that I've heard on the wind before. Patience was the hardest thing to cultivate. It was a funny way to
Until it
put it.
isn't.
Until
Until
it
all
isn't.
you have is time, and then all you have is boredom. And boredom does kill cultivators.
Just something that I had heard before. In
I
my
I have
search
the
for
true.
stories.
I have the true quote.
No?
You know how at some. Have you ever heard of the customer's always right?
In matters of taste.
That's the one. See, it's the only part of it. Patience is the hardest concept to cultivate for the young. That's the key. Now, many cultivators will correct me because technically, anyone under a certain year, years under their belt, can be considered young. To a cosmic cultivator who's lived 1,000,000 years, somebody who's only lived 500 is still young. So it's perspective and very subjective, but it still applies. Those who don't have time are impatient because they know they don't have it. And young cultivators are in their best shape, in their prime, to begin their race to cultivation. And they know instinctually, subconsciously, that they need to go as fast as possible so they can stay in their prime as long as possible. But that is also fraught with problems. You cultivate the wrong thing, or somebody teaches you something that's not complete, or you make the wrong decision. Well, there's only a handful of very small handful. I'd probably say 4 handfuls of ways to properly cultivate to immortality. There's an infinite number of ways to fail.
You think that that people would have found out those ways and just picked one of those by now.
Oh, they're not available. The people who figured it out, they don't share. Not unless it's to a disciple. They don't spread that knowledge. They covet it. They hold it so that others can't. And also, why would you want competition? The resources are so scarce and singular at such an echelon. Adding one more guy to the mix is catastrophic.
Unless you actively wished to see the end of immortality.
Mm. A lot of them are so enlightened in their transcendence that if you are meant to reach immortality, so thus it be. Whether through fate, fortune, happenstance, luck, hard will, determination, ability, talent. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, that too is fate.
Can I poison a prison? Is that the equivalent of taking time from it?
Like the actual structure?
I'm trying to think of a concept of taking time in prison.
That'd be time down.
Hmm.
Taking time for yourself is more of
Meditating type of.
yeah, it's a play on words. It's just a phrase. Taking time for yourself is, literally cultivating. Focusing on yourself.
Understood. I take things literally sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I even use the phrase that, take the time that the prison and the prison guards have so generously given you. By removing your ability to choose to do other things, and you must be here, they've given you a generous gift of solitude. And free lodging.
Hopefully,
So
3 warm meals.
we're going to definitely want to eat from your supply. I wouldn't eat anything that they send in. I don't think it will be fit for human consumption because they don't view you as a human, let alone a cultivator.
Hmm.
You're evil. And any treatment of you is excusable because you're evil.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that aspect, and at the very same token, they call me evil, but they see filth cultivators as less than. And in my own moments of seeing it all, I was appalled filth cultivator even was. But I didn't see them as not human.
Well, they don't. A lot of it comes from the way you. What is to make a human? What is to be human above beast? Some say it is simple as rules. Rules that we all follow keep us above the beast. Some take it farther. Rules, cleanliness, self-awareness, things that beasts just don't do or can't do.
Mm.
And if you do not meet these, you're no better than a beast, and so thus they consider you one. It's narrow-minded, but that's cultivators. You're in a cultivator pigsty of people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't have any of the proper answers. A lot of the things have been edited or censored. They're allowed to learn what they're supposed to, or taught in schools. They're taught that it is a privilege, an earmark of your talent and ability and connections and family status to be even allowed to be brainwashed at this school. So that's what low cultivator society looks like. And if you were a lower tier cultivator, you'd be in a lot of trouble because they are a system that you would have to fight. And quantity is a quality of its own. Until you're so strong it doesn't fucking matter. And honestly, I don't see any of the penal forces or any of the judiciary forces causing me any problems. So
That's
I will
good
let you
to
make your own mistakes. Oh, good.
well, it's good to know that I heard of is it biblio or not? It is bibliomancy. Uh, the the headmaster from Zone 1.
Bureaumancy.
Euromancy, there we go. Bibliomancy is different.
There is bibliomancy. Different, not as powerful.
I just saw that and wasn't sure how anyone could truly that. But
Well, if you know your paperwork well enough, you absolutely can. It's a knowledge game, just like everything is. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, you don't, and that's its own problem. And some people are tired of having to know everything, which is where the Tao of the practice of ignorance comes in. Some people are just like, there's too much stuff to know, and I don't want things that I can't possibly know about to affect me. So if I don't know it, I don't care, and it doesn't apply to me. And it is. I actually got to see this come about. Society was so over the point of keeping secrets, and if you don't know, ignorance is your own fault. And it's self-corrected so hard that it went back to perfect balance. Some of the ignorance cultivators were so strong, it didn't matter what you did. They still beat you over the head with a stick. And it was really hard to argue with the stick. So, I don't think you were able to poison the prison, but you could melt it down. But a poison that strong to melt solid structure, especially reinforced one, that of a prison, would definitely kill just about everybody in here as well. Melt them down. And their gear, and their spatial rings, and everything that explodes out of the spatial rings.
It's fine. They're criminals and cops. They all deserve it.
In equal parts, but for different reasons.
I mean...
But this too is cultivation. You here, the others in the prison don't know their fate, what is about to happen, and you are about to decide this right now. You could, without anyone knowing, kill everybody in here, and they'd be able to do very little against it. Or you spare their lives, and they will never know. Isn't that fascinating? That's what I think about at day's end. Consequences of my actions and how it affects others. It's kind of it'll keep you up at night when you become much stronger.
You said that we choose to, we take until we decide to give.
You're not at a state to give yet, other than mercy.
And that's more of just my own, how I feel, I guess, at the time.
How you choose to act. And act can also be speaking. Choose to speak or not. Yeah. Your actions and your words will define you. And you may choose to apply mercy or not. You may give death or give life. But that's all you're capable of giving at your current state. Don't worry about giving, worry about taking. Until you are so full that all you can do is give. It'll be a long time.
Master, how do you find secrets?
That'll be a very long discussion. And also, you kind of picked your down. If you wanted to follow in my steps, instead of practicing poison, we would already be practicing this very thing. In fact, I would most likely send you to a keeper of secrets.
Isn't that you?
No, I'm a keeper of lore. I'm the keeper of stories. And stories inevitably have secrets. There's the story that is told openly. There's the propaganda. There are personal stories. There's what really happened. It's so much more than just secrets. But secret keepers, they only care about the unknown things. They grow powerful off of secrets. I grow powerful off of stories. Which do include secrets.
Wanted to find, somebody in the prison that was a secret, and I don't know.
Sure.
Part of me wanted to find the worst person that I could here and just, I don't know, make them suffer.
Do a sleeping draught. Poison the prison with sleep. And then prepare some waking salts. And visit every single prisoner. Wake them up. Have a conversation. Do one a night. Or maybe do it all in one night. Find out. I find out by talking to people. Or reading. Or just observing, doing my own investigation work. Yeah. You should see my action board.
Sleeping draught aside for the whole prison.
Yeah, something gentle. Something that gives them a good night's sleep. No one seems to be really alarmed by it because no one broke out. Everyone's still here. No alarms are going off.
Alrighty. How would I spread it? I'm guessing I would use air normally, but they don't have the
Windows.
thing.
The wind.
Okay, so my idea was the one that I had earlier. Okay, we can work
But
with this.
not just any time of the day. You need a time in which the temperatures change. And when wind or air of different temperatures collide with one another, they move, creating wind. So wait towards the changing of the day in the morning, dusk, and dawn is what you're looking for. You'll want to do it at dusk, because that's when people are more likely to sleep. And you can have your secret rendezvous with the prisoners and see if they're a secret, or if they have secrets. Or maybe you just steal their shit. Mm.
That is always an option as well.
Or maybe you become a crime lord during your time here and stage prison breaks throughout all the city. I don't know. It's a wild journey to be a cultivator. Do what you want. You can also just choose to meditate, cultivate, go into the vault and practice the art of poison lust, or preparing for it.
I haven't actually meditated on poison yet, I don't think. And I don't know if there's anything other than saying I'm meditating goes forward into that.
There's 3 ways I meditate.
Mm.
One is I just close my eyes, and whatever my mind presents to me, and I clear my mind actively of my own outward immediate thoughts. And whatever percolates into that blackness is what my mind needs to process. It's pressing, so much so that it pushes through the blackness. And I resolve it until I am at peace. There's also honed meditation, where you clear your thoughts and summon an image that you wish to process. And then there is the questing one, where you try and summon forth from the depths of your mind information you may not know, or something you saw, like searching a library. The library is your own mind and subconscious. These are my 3 ways I meditate. It's kind of funny. Most people will spend years, not they're quicker, a few months, figuring out that meditating is not just sitting and breathing and clearing one's mind. You must do something.
But doing something is always the hard part.
Right? So practice. Meditation actually requires practice. Just like everything. Damn. That's rough.
Indeed.
Whatever you choose, I'll support you. I will let you suffer the consequences of your own actions. But, yeah. Go about it.
Let's meditate on poison and also work on creating something for the
Mm-hmm.
for the prison, the night secrets.
Sure.
Don't forget about your mind palace, by the way.
I'm not entirely sure what I can truly use mine.
Well, like Matt said, if you don't practice and try other things with it, you'll never know.
Meditate in the mind palace.
Mm.
Ooh, you're meditating in my mind.
Sure. You crack an eye open after a few moments, and you realize you are not in the prison cell. You're sitting cross-legged in the middle of a library.
This is new. Can't just sit and think. Gotta do. I will look through the library and see if there's anything that speaks or is easily read,
Easily
or
read.
everything's easily read.
Yeah, it's things you know.
Okay.
As you realize, the Mind Palace is just a very cataloged version of your own mind. Every book is a subject. Every book is a conversation or a dialogue. There's even a bookcase that's Chunpo's best hits so far. There's even a bookcase that is currently pages are flowing into it. Your realizations, your coming to understanding. Like the pages are flowing into an open book, and once that particular book is filled, or you seek to do something else, then another one will form and pages flow into it. Yep. And as you read a book, it is just further solidifying knowledge you already know, written in your own mind or your own hand. And it's like you're narrating it to yourself as you're reading it.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. What else do you want to do?
Gotta be able to do something to make meditation worth it.
Actually, I'll let you think on it. Is Johnny back?
Yep.
All right. You guys are on your way to the tea house. So there's a bit of a walk to the tea house he wants to go to. So you have it's about a DTA worth of walking. So it's a while.
Okay.
So what do you want to do? What are you doing there? Just want to walk in silence, or talk with Lyron, or?
I'm watching him intently.
Yep.
Oh,
That's what I'm currently doing. The old man.
so, do you have a? I guess the question is, do you go by your DAO name or do you go by your personal?
Nope. Who
Neither.
knows? Just people call me old man. I don't stop him. Don't
Fair.
correct him.
Well, I was trying to visualize with my polygons of what kind of person you are. And to me, you're a closed book. Is what I've kind of came up with in my head.
Seems accurate. Yeah.
Not only because you, well, keep to yourself, but the pages all condensed together, stronger because of it.
Yeah, I suppose. Not a bad view on it. Not accurate, but
Fair.
not a bad one.
How has your journey been so far?
More recent?
No, your personal journey, your Tao journey, I suppose. The steps you take along the earthly path.
Been good.
Glad to hear.
Mm. Done a lot of swinging a metal stick.
It's been more of a recent thing for me.
Not too bad at it, especially
I've
for
been
reasons.
getting better. I've had opportunities that allowed my advancement into the path of the sword, and it's been working well for myself.
Mm. You have some sword energy. It's good stage.
Yes, I'm still trying to figure out how to improve that. I imagine it's more of a visualization, concept building, actualize kind of thing. But
Mm.
maybe,
You're one of those.
no one knows.
No, you're one of those.
Oh, one of those. Ah, yes, yes.
You are a cart before the horse kind of guy.
Hmm.
All the stuff you're talking about, it's important. Those things will come into necessity, I suppose. Like, you need those going forward if you want to hone your blade. But for now, you just need juice. You just need power. You just need more.
More
And then you
horsepower.
condense it.
Hmm.
And then you add more. And then you condense it. And you keep doing that until necessity dictates it needs to be refined in a different method. Which is where the cart comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Because you already have the horse. The horse is the thing that drives it. The cart is what comes along with that power.
Makes sense.
But you're like, I need the cart, and I'm going to push the cart myself. Just why you're so slow.
Mm.
But when you get to that stage, you'll fly through the latter parts because you already have the cart. You probably made the cart easier to use because you don't have a horse. You'll have done a lot of unnecessary steps, which could actually be extremely beneficial. Or just a waste of time. Who knows?
I suppose that's part of my Tao. I'm just learning in this way.
Yeah. Most people who practice the sword, they get about halfway at meteoric speeds. Because they just take in energy, condense it, and then they hit you with a mountain of energy. And frankly, it doesn't matter how intelligent your sword skills are at a low level. Power is what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you
Yes.
can hit in the general vicinity of somebody, even if you miss, the shockwave and the outburst of energy still hits, which can easily cripple the guy. If your sword comes in contact with theirs and your energy is so condensed at such a high output, you will melt through their sword and cut them in half. Doesn't matter how knowledgeable they are on the sword. Power is what matters. Early. What you have later comes down to how you use that power. And that's where the cart comes in and what you bring along with the cart. But, I mean...
Lyron, what do you think of this? Because you are also practicing the sword. You're just in a different way.
I've learned some things about the sword, but
well,
I've been focusing on other things. Well, I guess other than the one thing that I've learned of the sword.
well, You have a different route. There's more than one way to learn the sword. Mr. Lar, he's learning one of the most traditional facets of learning the sword. You are using one of the most masochistic versions of learning the sword. People aren't supposed to learn it because it's not meant for people. You can tell by the way you move. You are lethal in ways most swordsmen will never come to fully comprehend or understand. But I don't know. Like, I just don't seeing that being healthy for you.
Oh, well, the health of the thing doesn't seem to matter too much to my master.
You know? Okay, yeah, makes sense. Whatever. Shit. Okay. Kind of side eyes Vicarious, and after a moment, he just kind of comes to some sort of conclusion, but it's really hard to read him. But, well, they know what's best for you. They know what's best for you.
Sure enough. And if it is unhealthy, then I'll just get stronger to not have to get hurt as much by it.
Sure.
And really, you're not training hard enough if you're not on the brink of death every time you swing your sword.
You know, that's one way to learn the sword. I guess that's why it's so sharp. You hone your sword on the razor's edge. Eh. There's more than one way to do a sword, or learn it. Yeah, I don't think you use a horse or a cart.
Oh, well, I don't think my master would appreciate me putting things on a cart when I could carry it instead. Though I guess I'm literally pushing a cart right now.
Lyron, you're more of a spaceship, I'd say.
A spaceship?
You're the cart and the horse.
Ah. I don't think I understand the analogy, but thank you.
No worries.
Well, either which way. Sword's a pretty sophisticated tool. Some say it's the best tool. Spear is easiest to learn, followed by the blade. Some say that swords take a lifetime to learn. But what if you live multiple lifetimes? Cultivation comes in. Yeah. Many people complain about not having enough time to learn something, to learn their obsession, to learn their passion, their hobby. It's what I do. It's why I cultivate. If I can do the things I love, far beyond, normal limitations.
And if that is a limitation, you just got to find your way around it.
Yep, exactly. And I get to take the time to actually indulge in like minor tweaks, minor discoveries. If I want to spend 10,000 days swinging a sword, I got time for that.
I do have another question. Why are you in this tournament?
I'm in search of something. Prizes don't really matter to me. I'm looking for a particular exchange.
I see.
Could be a single one. But as long as I'm able to grasp it, that's all I need. And I've been to other tournaments, been to other places and whatnot. Exchanged practice with other practitioners of the sword, or non-practitioners. I'm still looking for that one exchange. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's, you've honed a craft. Eventually it all comes to that one epiphany, that one enlightenment.
Yes, that's how I feel about my current predicament of my path of the sword. I'm waiting on a catalyst to advance to the next stage.
You'll find it here. This place is a good sharpening stone for young swords. Honestly, if you'd like, I can share some pointers over tea.
Well,
And if you're able to meditate on what you did in the first 2 fights you had, like really peel it back, feel and reenact every sword swing, every exchange, every impact. Like if you can visualize all that, all of those layers will widen your perspective, and all the bottlenecks will just crumble away.
well, I do love me some tea, so I might as well.
I do too. Calms the mind. It's all right to enjoy, or at least appreciate, your victories. But it takes a real swordsman to meditate over why. Why you won. Everyone meditates over why they lost. Obsess over it, so it never happens again.
For me,
One
it's
of my
Oh, continue.
one of my most difficult bottlenecks I've ever overcame came through studying my victories. I don't know why I was winning. And I realized I had learned an unconscious sword tick, something I do during a certain maneuver, or flow from technique A into technique B. I had this little wrist flick that I did, and it added centrifugal force to the contact. And I didn't even know I was doing it. And then now I'm able to consciously do it whenever I want, or not. And that alone just opened up everything. Yeah.
On a side note, I do need to get going here
Right,
to drive
bye.
across town. Goodbye.
See you, Casey.
See you
Thanks
guys.
for coming.
Okay,
Of
thanks.
course. Thank you for hosting and joining us, everyone.
Well,
Mhm.
as we walk, it sounds like it's a good time to stop here.
Mhm.
Great session, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Contemplating
Combat
things of the
is
mind.
fast and furious until both participants are very strong, and then it
Right.
becomes probing each other's defenses, looking for weaknesses, and then combat can go very quickly.
What was it? Movies where samurai fighters just stand there looking at each other, having a
Yeah.
battle in the mind, and then it's just like, and one.
Yeah, exactly. The have you seen Blight Samurai?
No.
It's on Netflix. It's an animation.
Hmm.
It envisions that scene almost perfectly, where the main character and another samurai are having a duel, a death duel, and they're both good enough that they take a stance and they observe the entirety of their own stance, the space, their presence, the length of their sword down to its perfect accuracy, and then do the same for their opponent. And then they have these flashes, almost like a connection of consciousness between both contestants, of the outcome, all in their minds. And they both see it as if it had happened. and then they change their stance or widen their stance, and then the scene changes, the outcome changes.
Nice.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's exactly that.
What was it? There's a scene. Was it?
Record of Ragnarok.
No, not that one.
That one
This
too,
one
yeah.
was the one I'm thinking of had Star Wars, and it was Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul as a rematch. And you see Obi-Wan basically change his stance 3 different times before Darth Maul decides, all right, we're going with this one.
Well,
And
it's actually more than that. The rematch is he actually baits Darth Maul into the very move that he used to kill Qui-Gon.
Yep.
And
I've seen the breakdown of it, and yeah, and I'm just like, that's some good mental
that's
gymnastics right there.
fucking some mental gymnastics. If you ever want to play a Star Wars game, I'm not the guy to host it because I don't know enough Star Wars. I'm trying, but like, I don't think you would like to play with him, Johnny. But apparently, Frock knows so much about Star Wars, it's terrifying. Like a true Star Wars fan, and not just movie lore, but he knows all the comics, reads the books. You know, I'm sitting here going, "It's a what? What era is that? There's other eras than what's in the books or in the movies."
I both do, but also I'm aware I don't know enough.
And that's the fun part, because a lot of the Star Wars lore does kind of poke on the fact that, hey, we can't do this anymore. That resource has been mined out of the galaxy, or a certain force came by and eradicated that particular group or knowledge from the galaxy, and the galaxy goes through these incredible dark ages where people are just like, I'm just glad to be alive. I'm gonna drink my blue milk.
Moon juice.
Moon juice. But yeah, no, it's like I had a fun time. Yeah, and we played it in my system as a test, and it went really goofy. Went off the rails goofy. But that's
those are good times.
Those are good times. Like, he got to express actual Jedi forms and techniques and saber combat styles, and because we've done D&D 5e and Pathfinder with the Star Wars mods, Star Wars content. But using my system, we were able to actually bring out the sophisticated differences of droids and group fire combat, where droids are dangerous or troopers are dangerous if they volley fire at you. What it's
they always
like to be
miss unless there's a million of them.
Right, and then they hit you in such, volume that you just are like, nope, I'm dead. Or the lethality of an actual lightsaber for realsies. Like, I cut you and it does 1,500 damage plus 5,000 pen. Oh, I'm dead.
What was it? I would love to see the complex interweavings of Sith stuff, just because, if you can get complex Jedi stuff, I'd love to see what a complex Sith everything can be.
He knows everything about all the Sith eras and the different Sith styles and approach. Like, one player picked a Sith, and they practiced a Sith shadowmancy, where they turn their literal shadow or shadows of others into lethal weapons using the Force.
Nice.
Yeah. Then they would stab you through your own shadow, or they would summon their own shadow into some sort of monster.
Add a character concept for a Sith where evil, backstabby, sadistic master didn't like that his student was competent with the blade and not using enough of the dark side, so he chops off his hands and he forces him to pick up the blades or pick up his lightsabers with the Force and teaches him how to fight with the Force until he can finally. I think he eventually the dude was being hunted by other Sith, and so the apprentice stabs that Sith in the back and gets accepted to then get his hands back, or at least robot hands. But yeah, that never saw the light of day, unfortunately.
Rough.
Oh yeah, he knows all that stuff. Like the actual Wookiee weapons,
Mhm.
those actually hit like in the movies where it sends you flying because it's basically a railgun. It's so good. You can also play a bounty hunter and have every gadget matter.
Mm.
You have the flamethrower, bolus launcher, jetpack, stowaway weapon, wrist mounted, taser. Like you can even play a Mandalore or Mandalorian on character creation. It just uses up the majority of your
Yeah. You were a Mandalorian, and that took a lot.
It also the points required for your armor. You don't get to start with full Beskar. So, but you do get to start with a Beskar piece of your choice. Most players pick Kuros, the chestplate and the helmet.
And this is the way.
This is the way. You can choose to have an advanced piece of equipment, like a Rising Phoenix, or you can pick more, like you can pick the Whistling Birds. But your character build is very, like 75% of it's already allotted for a Mandalorian. Same with a Sith, same with a Jedi, and then you have that 25% personal customization. Or you can play just a normal dude, and who knows what you do.
Um, excuse me.
Mm.
There was this one system that was, in my mind, like it didn't take off, but my buddy showed it to me, and it was Marvel superheroes, but it had basically every power that you could think of that was in the Marvel universe, and it was um, you had what the heck was it? I think they called it stones or something or other, or bars, and each role play experience you got a bar of experience, and then you could buy more powers and stuff. It was Marvel's. It wasn't Marvel's Ultimate Avengers or Marvel's Ultimate because that's the video game.
Yep.
But
I know exactly the one you're talking about. I got it on RPG Drive Through.
Yeah, that one. I created a character on it, and who was a character that had what was it, telekinesis and telepathy, but the telepathy was uncontrolled, and so people around him would start randomly seeing shit because he couldn't control put in other people's minds.
Oofta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of modeled my game off of a couple things. One of which being, I wanted that freedom of expression that you can get from Shadowrun or Mutants and Masterminds, which is the other version, which came before the Marvels, which is also the reason why I think it failed, the Marvel game. It didn't. It already did what another game does, and that game almost does it better, despite how frustrating it is. And people have used it for long enough that it's just the same game. I don't need to be limited to the Marvelverse because Mutants and Masterminds lets you do any hero universe. But Marvel can't help but literally pump out every product imaginable with their stamp on it.
What was it? There was another one. It was called Mask, I believe. was a superhero one, except they had playbooks. So you had like the Doomed, just a character that's power whenever he uses it is doomed to die.
I think I've heard of that one actually.
It's interesting. Well, it feels very similar to if you've ever played Dungeon World, the RPG one. That one, your class has basically one sheet of paper and everything that you could upgrade up to on that sheet of paper for that class. You choose which ones, like you still get some choices, but at the end of the day, it's just like, all right, well, you level up, pick something here. And so in that regard, I say it's limiting, but at the same token, with that limitation, your play comes out more because it's just like, okay, well, you don't have to really worry about trying to be or trying to create something complex. You have everything that you can be as that. So be that however you want to be. But yeah, I've wanted to play because it looked interesting.
Yeah.
At one
Good.
At one point, I played a World of Darkness game that I hosted, and I feel really bad because I felt bad about it because a buddy of mine following the rules of the World of Darkness and was playing as the vampire. Except I said, well, yeah, we can, like, if you want to customize stuff, go just tell me, and I'll probably, like, we'll write it out and we'll figure it out. And yeah, that snowballed very quickly.
Yeah, it just kind of falls under the purview of D&D balance, game design, like a lot of the concepts, because being a GM has multiple stages, and being a good GM doesn't really require many stages. But seeing something, understanding it, and then being able to apply your D&D knowledge quickly and accurately and fairly, that's what ends up taking practice. Balancing shit, custom shit is so hard. So I feel that. I've done a couple games where I screwed it. Couldn't get the balance right.
Yeah.
So I feel that. I feel it deeply. There's also this system, which is just a expression. My fountain pen system is just an expression of this is Dungeons and Dragons to the next conclusion, or what happens when nothing is balanced. But because of it, everything's balanced.